I like salt and pepper at least. My room and furniture generally look so comfortable. Thanks. I appreciate that. I spent a lot of time trying to make everything cozy because my office used to look a lot different, but I got tired of it and I was like, I want it to be cozy vibes in here. At work, but it's either because of my frustrations or their work performance, or in like 2 cases, people that insist on only talking about themselves. Right, and like that's so normal, right? Like you don't have to get along with everybody that you work with or that you share a space with. Like that's absolutely, you know, and you are valid in being annoyed with people or not liking someone because, like, you know, we're not in kindergarten. Like we don't all have to hold hands and, you know, do that stuff. But when you start interfering with somebody's livelihood, or you start ruining like potential relationships with them, because you have a weird issue, whatever that issue is, that's personal to you, that's when it becomes really messed up. Hi, Tay. Oh, you're so happy you called out of work. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, do I actually have that song now?
Welcome to a new episode of Interastral Peace Broadcast.
Why did I all of a sudden get hit with a quest?
News from across the galaxy.
Wait. Do I have it? I don't have it. Cries. Obtain it to reclaim the companion. Oh, I have to do the companion mission to get it. I haven't done any companion missions yet. What's the really, is it this one that's really good? I don't remember. Oh, it was the radio. Okay. The people that annoy me at work, I'm not usually rude to them. I just keep our conversations brief and straight to the point. Right. Like, that's the mature thing to do. Kind of shocked and surprised when I see other adults acting like mean high schoolers. I have a lot of wow, I can't even think of, like, I can't say the word. Psychological thoughts about adults who still, especially like adults who are past like 25. Like, I've got a lot of thoughts about adults that act like that still and treat people like that, and it's, yeah, I won't talk about it now, but it's definitely interesting to me, and I know that it stems from different things in childhood, like maybe you weren't the popular person in high school, or you didn't have like that power when in life, and this is your first time that you've ever had that, and so you take advantage of it and like live it. I can't, idioms are hard for me today. You try to live that out basically because you didn't have that, which is not okay. Like, if that's something that you were missing in your life, basically bullying or excluding people, or having the power to literally take a business opportunity away from somebody, like, there's a lot that goes into that, in my opinion, that probably stems from things that happen to someone. Which, once again, your traumas aren't other people's responsibilities. That is something that if you recognize that you are hurting people, like, whatever happened to you does not excuse that. Like, it's not an excuse to hurt people. So it's something to realize and be like, I'm hurting people. I need to work on this. It's not okay. And you apologize and you work on it. Hi, Faze. How are you? It's from a companion mission. I have to do it. You have Vanessa Hudgens vibes? Oh my gosh, from like a High School Musical? I actually don't know too much about Vanessa Hudgens. I hope that she's a good person. Yeah, my friends list is full right now. There's one part that's like, I want to be friends with you, and the other was like, oh, I don't want to be your friend. You remind, yeah. Oh, Vanessa Hudgens isn't a good person? Wait, what? Loving the healthy talk on conflict management. Yes. And I'm definitely, like, I also want to say, too, that this is not something that I typically, like, reiterating, I stay in my lane. I don't usually involve myself in things like this, but I spent so much time yesterday consuming it because it was so entertaining, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Oh my god. So, these are just, like, my own personal thoughts about what I saw yesterday. I need to unlock the relics thing. What is it? Cavern? I don't know what people call it. What are they called? Caverns? Because I know, like, in Genshin they're called domains. But I need to unlock the thing where I can get Black Swan's relics, because I don't have that unlocked yet. Excuse me. Oh, corrosions. Yeah, I saw someone yesterday say that I have to do, like, an event or something. I'm like, oh no! What do you think about the Nicki Megan beef? I literally don't know anything about that. No idea what the fuck is going on there. She's so iconic. When COVID started and they canceled Coachella and she had a breakdown and was like, yeah, it sucks that people are gonna die, but it's, like, inevitable. Oh no, then I don't want to be compared to Vanessa Hudgens. No, thank you. It also felt like something that should have just been discussed in private, but turned it into a public spectacle. Yeah, I kind of already mentioned this, but, like, drama is very, very good money. It makes a lot of money. A lot of there was a couple of creators that I was watching yesterday involved in all of that. They were like, I haven't had this many viewers in years. So it was actually very beneficial to them to capitalize on that, because they were making money, which is like, it's like a whole thing. I love that event. I'm so excited. Oh wait, hold on. They're packing up. Oh, hold on. Okay, sorry. Mallory was at a sleepover, and I got a text from the parents' house that they were at. We don't like Nicki Minaj. There, you're caught up. Okay, we don't like Nicki. I really didn't have strong feelings towards Nicki Minaj anyway. Okay, I was gonna do, like, my daily stuff, but I have to consume Trailblaze power. I already used up all of my, what do you call it? I already did all of these for the week. That cavern that y'all were talking about for Black Swan, how long is that event? Yeah, I was gonna ask, Aiden, so what do you think I should do today? Because I need to do the interludes, right?
Investigation is being conducted.
But my question is, should I focus on interludes only, or is there a companion mission that I should be doing as well, like prioritizing as well to get ready for tomorrow, or this week rather?
Let's take a closer look at
Character
the
XP
details.
mats. Yeah, the double loot event is over.
From the Jarilo branch of the Interastral Peace Appliances told us that signal transmissions have been detected
30 minutes to get to the Relic Cave.
a planet that has been sealed under heavy snow for
Interludes.
over 700 years.
The IPC responded promptly and
So the choice
performed
is
an
yours, but
analysis
for
on the
2.0,
signals.
I do Belobog. For your Cavern of
message
Corrosion,
that the
I do
signals
Lafu.
contain
Shit.
states that they
So I
visit
just
the
need to do
planet.
both of them anyway. Crap. Okay, well, I think what I'm gonna do... Lafu's much longer. Sorry, I'm like thinking. Yeah, maybe I should do... Wait, is this Belobog right here? We apparently don't stand Topaz in here. Belobog was so fun. Okay, what if I do Belobog first? Because y'all are saying too that it's longer. So let's do Belobog, and then also Belobog I should be doing for 2.0 anyway. So let's do Belobog first. Yeah, I think let's do that. Belobog is shorter. Wait, did I say Lafu's longer, right? Sorry, did I say Belobog was longer? All right, let's do Belobog first. I think we're gonna do that. So we have to be here anyway, and we need to... I just saw that Ron May was in the Express.
Isn't it wonderful? Through these windows, you can lose yourself in the peaceful starry sky.
The stars are precious to us.
Is that so? I can relate. Trailblazing across the vast unknown must be quite the experience.
Oh, I don't have auto on.
I once hoped to capture a slice of space and dissect it, to truly understand the core essence of our galaxies and planets.
I wonder what you'd find.
I imagine a slice of clarity, ethereal in its transparency. Picture a sliver made up of beautiful dust, gases, and tiny specks, twirling around your finger like a captivating plum-colored mist. It reminds me of a ring. I imagine crafting it and then adding a bracelet of beads to complement its soft, lustrous glow.
Welcome aboard the Astral
Thank
Express.
you. I hope there are new discoveries to be made each time I visit.
I love that Ron May, she like speaks in, I don't know, it's just it's very poetic. It's very pretty. Okay, time gallops forever on, never stopping. I feel this particularly strongly while on the express. Life is but a journey, and I am the traveler within. This verse lingers in my heart for no apparent reason. Therefore, I shall write it down. The Astral Express is already light years better than many other locations in the cosmos due to the presence of its data. Should the chance arise, I might even host an academic conference here in the future. In love with her. All right, let's talk to March.
Hey, did you hear about our next stop? It's a world called Penacony.
I've been pronouncing it wrong. Penacony.
Beautiful, dreamy place. I'm so excited. But Pom Pom said the banquet we were invited to is still a little ways off. What can I do to pass the time? Huh? Is that my phone? Must be the group chat.
Oh wait, I keep thinking that I can click on the stickers and make them bigger because I'm like, can you read this message, Express crew? Hey, Branya. It's been a while. Branya, we're missing you so much. Great, I was worried that you couldn't receive messages. I know you're busy, so I'll keep it short. Recently, I've been working on preparing the Soul Warm Festival, a traditional Belobogian festival. The standard celebrations for this festival have been suspended for years due to the fragmentum and the lockdown, and Belobogians now really need a heated celebration to lift their spirits. So if you have time, I'd like to invite you to the Soul Warm Festival and witness that what we've achieved so far in reviving Belobog. Sure thing! Me too. Festivals and celebrations are right up my alley. It'd be great if you can come. Everyone has been missing you. Has @DonHung been busy these days? He hasn't sent any messages in the group chat. He's holed up in his room recently. I guess he's turned off all his devices. We'll check on him for you. Thank you, March. I'm looking forward to seeing you all on the Soul Warm Festival. There she is again. She's posting the Facebook memes. Have a great... a blessed Wednesday. Love you so much. He's having a depressive episode. I feel like he's definitely the type of person that like silences all group chats.
Let's go to his room and talk to him.
He's like, I cannot be bothered. Silenced. Literally me. Yeah, when some group chats like start popping off, like when they get really overwhelming, then I do tend to silence them. I do still check, but like I just the notifications like start to stress me out.
Donhung, Bronya just sent all of us a message. Did you see it yet?
Yes, I saw it.
Then why didn't you reply? Bronya's a good friend of ours.
March.
I'm sorry. I'm just not in the mood for idle chat.
He has been through a lot.
There's been a lot weighing on my mind since the Luofu. It was tough on the spirit.
Donhung. I'm the one who should be sorry. I was being too pushy.
She apologized?
You're right. You went through a lot on the Xianzhou. Take all the time you need.
March, that's so considerate. Donhung, stay on the Express and get some rest. Why not come with us for a change of scenery? No, you stay on the Express.
Thank you for understanding. It's great that Belobog is able to host a celebration. I hope your trip goes well. Say hi to our friends for me.
Okay. Rest up. You're not allowed to miss the next Trailblaze expedition.
I'll be there next time.
I just...
He won't budge, huh?
I just really,
Looks like
really
it's just the
love
two of
him.
us, then. Pity. He's gonna miss out. We never get the chance to go on a stress-free adventure.
I feel like my character arc with Star Rail has been so fucking funny because I was so lukewarm about Donhung in the beginning. Like I didn't dislike him, but I just like didn't feel very strongly for him. And now he's like one of my favorite characters. I'm obsessed with him. He's been through a lot lately. Stress-free for us or stress-free for the planet?
I know, but it's still a shame, don't you think?
Why?
If only Himeko could come with us.
Should we ask Mr. Yang to come with us? What about Pom Pom, Mr. Yang?
Maybe not. He's still wheezing from the trouble we got into on the Xianzhou. You didn't notice? At his age, he might not appreciate the extra...
His age?
Excitement. Why don't we go ask Himeko to tag along? She might be up for an adventure. You've been on the Express for a while now, but you've never gone on a trip with Himeko before,
Now, why did she have
right?
to say it like
Well,
that?
now's your chance.
At his age, at his age, he should probably like lie down for a bit, take a nap. He was born in the 1940s, but he's doing fine. He seems like he's doing fine. He does walk with a cane, but he seems like he's fine. He hasn't said anything. Like he doesn't. He drinks his water. He's active, right?
What's the good news?
He probably meditates. He probably does
Himeko,
yoga. Like he
there's
seems
Oh,
a
fine.
celebration coming up on Jarilo-VI, organized by the Supreme Guardian, and we're invited to go take in the sights and sounds. Donhung won't be going anywhere for a while. He's still resting up, so wanna come with us? I mean, considering how you helped us out with Cocolia, I'm sure Bronya would be happy to see you.
So that explains the grin. You're excited about the celebration. Thanks for the invite, but I'm afraid my hands are full right now. Please send my regards to the Supreme Guardian. Make the most of the festivities. You've earned it. You two and Donhung did help.
Okay,
save
but what
Jarilo-VI
is Himeko
after
doing?
all. I'll be sure to join you guys next time.
You don't look busy.
Navigators really do have their plates full, huh? Seems like it's just you and me this time. Let me go pack some stuff for the trip first. Come and find me when you're ready to set off.
She's being pretty. She's meditating. She hasn't had her coffee yet. Oh my god, that is actually something that I've done to my kids. Like they'll be like, like when my kids were younger and they'd be like, let's play. And I'd be like, I haven't had my coffee yet. Okay, give me like 30 minutes to drink my coffee. And then, because right now I'm busy and I can play. Oh my gosh, she's so funny.
I've got a lot going on right now, but I'll try to make it next time. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Don't forget to send my regards to the Supreme Guardian while you're there.
Girl, I'm so curious. What are you doing? She's catching up on the Genshin drama. Oh my god. This is exactly how I looked yesterday, actually, when I was sitting there looking at all the drama. That's so funny. She's filing the taxes right now because it's that time of year. Oh my god.
So, what do you think about my new dress? Pretty neat, right?
She looks like an ice princess. What the heck? She's so pretty. Oh my god. She's even got a little tiara. What? What? When did you buy it? Very fancy.
It's been sitting in my wardrobe collecting dust for far too long.
She's
But
literally
now
me.
I finally got the chance to wear it. This kind of event
Hold
doesn't
on.
come around every day. Why
Okay.
shouldn't I dress for the occasion? You're not really gonna wear
Oh
that
my
same
god.
outfit,
She's me.
are you?
Okay, so for anyone that doesn't know, I literally take every opportunity to dress for the theme. Like every opportunity to dress for the theme. Like I will always try, and I spend a lot of time planning outfits. Like I had an outfit specifically planned for the Lord of the Rings orchestra. It was an Arwen dress that like I just, this is so funny to me. And then I also had a conversation. I had a conversation like a year ago about, I was just like, people shouldn't wear jeans and a t-shirt to a really special event. Like for instance, going to an orchestra with like live music. Now, if you're going to a concert, like a rock concert, something completely different. But if you're going to like an orchestra where the ticket was like $200, $300, and there's like live musicians who've spent like their life perfecting their art, that everyone should wear something a little nice. It should not be wrinkly jeans, a wrinkly t-shirt. Like try to dress a little bit more appropriate for the ticket that you spent. So she reminds me of me. Anyway, I paused it because I wanted to take a screenshot of her because she's so pretty. Okay. She's so pretty.
Let's just pretend I never said anything. As long as one of us is making an effort.
I love her. I love her so much. I love her so much. Like I'm having an experience with March. Like these last like 13 days or however long it's been. I think it's been 13 days now. It's been an experience. I'm so up and down with March.
Pajamas, hot water bottle, pom-pom doll. That should be everything. Let's go. Wow, that was fast. Don't you
She's so judgmental. My relics all have speed attributes.
Other people might fall for that, but I won't. I was just taking a look at Mr. Yang's records, and it seems like Jarilo-VI's average temperature has warmed up quite a bit. It's much warmer than it was on our first trip there. I wouldn't call it livable just yet, but things are looking up. I'm so happy for Branya and Zila. Ready to go?
You bet. It's time to celebrate. To have complicated relationships with the character, yes. Enemies to lovers to lovers to enemies to lovers to hot and cold, right? When I was lamenting about not being able to go to NYC to the Distance World concert with Amanda, I was like, I wouldn't show up to that in jeans and t-shirt, right? I remember because you were ragging on me for saying, what if I just wore jeans? Right, I was ragging on you. I was like, don't do that. Not if you're coming with me. Don't do that. she's so funny. Me putting on my Sunday best when I go to the post office because I don't get out much. Oh, maybe later they'll do what do you call it? They'll do a skin, or they'll do skins for characters like Genshin did later on. That mentioned Dan Heng sleeps in the archives because the floor resembles water and waves. What? I didn't catch that. I'll have to go look.
Belobog, here we come.
Yeah, can't you decorate a room in Honkai Impact?
Belobog. 700 years. It's never too late to pick up the tab.
To pick up the tab. She's cute. Oh, that threw me off.
How do people living in all this snow celebrate anything?
Agreed.
Oh, one thing's for sure, though. Where there's a celebration, there's bound to be food.
There's bound to be food. I love her.
That person over there.
Oh my god.
That doesn't look like a Silvermane Guard uniform. All in black. Surely they're not IPC on this world? Am I going crazy?
IPC.
The Interastral Peace Corporation. Who else? The one whose insignia is pretty much everywhere? That IPC. You still don't remember? Oh, what about Findy? That's one of their products. Oh, and the Interastral Peace broadcast. You know, the one always being played on the Express? Never mind, it's not that important. The important question is, what are the IPC doing on Jarilo-VI? There's only one way to find out. Let's go ask. I've always found IPC staff easy to talk to.
Beep, beep, beep.
Hi, do you work for the Interastral Peace Corporation? Or are you just dressing fancy today?
Hello? Dot, dot, dot.
Boss, encounter with 2 unknowns. Want me to take them out? Over.
Take us out?
Take them out? Just hang tight for a second. I'm on my way. Don't do anything stupid.
Take him out to dinner.
Glad to make your acquaintance. I'm Topaz, an investment expert from the Interastral Peace Corporation. I'm here on Jarilo-VI for a special business assignment. You'll have to forgive my colleague here. People skills aren't his strong suit. Please don't take it to heart.
Phew, you scared the life out of me. We're here for the celebrations. We're not looking for more conflicts. Oh, right. We should probably introduce ourselves. I'm March 7th, a passenger of the Astral Express. You may have heard of it? And this is my friend and fellow passenger.
No kidding. I could tell you weren't locals from a mile away, but I didn't expect to run into 2 nameless here. Fate is such a curious thing. I heard that Jarilo-VI only stepped out of the Stellaron's shadow thanks to the direct intervention of the Trailblazers. Surely you 2 aren't...
Really quick before we continue, does anyone know who the voice actor is for Topaz? Because they sound really familiar. That's us. The honor is yours. We may have helped out a little bit.
Huh? Jeez.
Oh, Mark's looking at me like, what did you just say?
I never imagined I'd run into living legends here. Must be your lucky day, huh, Numby?
Numby has a little
Topaz,
bow on his
you're
back?
really young for an IPC executive. That's impressive.
More good luck, I suppose. But it's not as cushy as you think. Scurrying from one side of the galaxy to the other. going wherever businesses require me to be.
Huh. Your job sounds pretty similar to the express cruise. Aside from the business, I guess. Oh, Branya moves fast. The crisis is only just over and she's already opened talks with the IPC.
These talks aren't exactly what you might expect, but I have to agree. The Supreme Guardian definitely knows how to govern a city. And that's the reason I'm here on Jarilo-VI, to meet with her. Miss March, you said you were on your way to Belobog festivities, right? My apologies for delaying you both.
Don't be sorry. It's not like we're in a rush. Wanna come to the city with us? The snow plains are freezing, and it's easier than you think to get lost out here.
I can't get over her outfit.
Thanks for
It
the
is
concern,
literally the
but
cutest.
I'll manage. It's my first time on this world. I'd like to take it in its vast, iconic snowscape for just a little longer. Who knows? Maybe we'll cross paths again during the celebrations. Oh, here's my contact information. I don't usually respond during work hours, but I'd be happy to chat off the clock.
Wow, I actually managed to get an IPC executive's phone number without even trying.
Have her nails always been painted like that? Or did she paint her nails for her outfit? Like, I honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, but, if there was an outfit like that in real life, I would absolutely wear that. Teach me how to get rich! I'm in charge of a project worth 8 billion credits, by the way.
Me too.
You two make a cute pair. Anyway, I'd better be on my way. See you next time.
The universe is huge, yet we somehow stumbled onto the same path. Fate truly works in mysterious ways, don't you think? Come on, let's head into the city.
Paying for the outfit? That's so cute!
Wow, there are people everywhere. Are you sure we're in Belobog?
Catching up here really quick.
The food! Come on, keep up!
It's always surprised to me for some reason that of the few VAs are such hardcore fans of the game. Oh, like that some of the VAs like the game? Yeah. Oh, I played with Topaz yesterday when I did the Centiverse, whatever that event was called. I did that yesterday, and she was actually really fun to play. I really liked the what was it called? Her ability thing with Numby. I can't stand watching her in it with this outfit. Topaz showed more skin from her old character model, the way she is now when Hoya released her back in. So Hoyaverse nerfed her character design badly. I'll cover it up. Wait, what? Numby is short for numbers? What? Follow-ups. Oh, there we go. Just a heads up, because I made this mistake, you can only have 3 interactions. Oh, for the stroll through the city and talk in the festive atmosphere? That one, Aiden? How far am I into the story? I have completely caught up with the MSQ and now I'm doing interludes. I just have Belobog's interlude, which I'm working on right now, and then the Xianzhou interlude. And then I am caught up in the story. Have not touched any companion quests though, and I would love to do some companion quests as well. Really quick, y'all, I'm gonna go and heat up my coffee because it's completely cold. So I'll be right back, like 2 seconds.
Let me see. Let me see.
Okay, we're back.
Let me see.
I also got some rice. Someone said you get her for free after. Oh, you get Yukong's after? From the, what is mock? M-O-C? Thank you. All right, time to interact with people. Kayla! Wait, is it all different people? Hold on. Well, I mean, like, obviously it's different people, but, like, playable characters? Serval is over there? Japard?
Take a look.
Is that it? Damn, I almost got hit by that. What is it, a train? I'm talking to Serval.
Serval's
Thanks, everyone! Hope you're ready for a great show! Let's get started! Heartbeats will shake me, so rules can't break me. Crank the sound and let your soul be free. Lightning strikes writing off the wall. Let yourself fall into it all.
Oh. Two randos and Pela and missed the Lando sips. I was like, fuck, oh no. Wait, is it the same thing?
Heartbeats will shake me, so rules can't break me. Crank the sound and let your soul be free.
Yeah, where the fuck is the guitar? Wait!
Let yourself fall into it all.
Wait! Are you okay? I was gonna see if I could sit next to her. I'm dying. Wait. Oh my god, just hanging out with the guitarist. Oh my god, she's so good. Wishing everybody was here to watch this performance. I cannot. She's playing the guitar in her mind. Belobog guitar tech. Kafka could never. Kafka's allowed to do it. Did you do Kafka's companion? Yeah, I haven't done any. I've literally done no companion quests because I've been trying to catch up with stories and interludes. She's so Lana Del Rey coded. Oh my god.
Formation.
Ta-da! Guess who's back?
It's you two. Welcome back to Belobog.
The Supreme Guardian mentioned there'd be mystery guests attending the Soulworm celebrations, but I didn't think it'd be the Express crew. I hope you had a smooth journey. I should have dispatched Silvermane guards to welcome you on arrival. My apologies.
Aw, it's fine. You really don't have to apologize. We're just passing through. It's no big deal.
Understood. I hope you both enjoy the festivities. Please make sure you keep your personal belongings safe. Pickpockets tend to take advantage of events like this. We'll be performing additional patrols.
Got it. We'll get out of your way then. Bye.
Bye for now.
And now I do not need a guitar. Right. Belobog is like magical. This is a magical place. All right, we're gonna go talk to Pela.
Make sure you're all paid. Next, I'll be introducing the history of the museum. Everyone listen carefully, okay? Belobog's History and Culture Museum was founded 600 years ago and was originally built to memorialize Supreme Guardian Alyssa.
I'm so hungry. I wish I could have a red sunset salmon right now.
Oh, he's mean.
It was built to memorialize Supreme Guardian Alyssa Rand, and also... Guess what? I heard there's gonna be a Silvermane adventure camp opening in the Overworld soon. It's gonna be super awesome. Also, those who sacrificed their lives in the war against the invaders 700 years ago.
Miss Pela, Peter is falling asleep.
Oh my god.
Enough. From now on, no whispering allowed. If you don't want to have any homework later, you'd better start listening.
Sorry, Miss Pela.
That's better. Now, where was I? Oh, I never knew Pela had a strict side.
Can anyone remind me what 4 stars are running tomorrow?
Taking a stroll could be so tiring. Say, I think we should probably pay Branya a visit. After all, she was the one who invited us here. Or we could go check out some other fun stuff elsewhere. Your call.
Hi, Deepa. How are you?
Say, I think we should probably pay Branya a visit. After all, she was the one who invited us here. Or we could go check out some other fun stuff elsewhere. Your call.
Misha, Gween, and Tingyun. Okay, thank you. Just eating breakfast and doing homework while I hang out. I hope the homework goes well, Deepa. Yeah, we got a thing saying that the 2.0 is coming tomorrow. It'll probably be like late tomorrow, like probably for Eastern time, probably like 11 p.m. tomorrow. So I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow night. Or I'm gonna stream just tomorrow in general. Oh, but I have editing to do.
I understand the difficulties that this world is facing, Supreme Guardian. Belobog's current financial burden cannot be pinned on you, nor anyone else for that matter. However, objectively speaking, since Belobog has existed as an independent entity to this day, its debt cannot simply be written off. Oh, it looks like we have some visitors.
Branya! And Topaz? You're here too? I guess you've already started your business talks. We'll get out of your way if...
It's no bother. We've pretty much wrapped things up already anyway. Please consider my plans carefully, Supreme Guardian. If Jarilo-VI wants to rebuild its connections with the rest of the galaxy, your credit record with the IPC will be of great
She got
importance.
AirPods? What's going on?
You've made yourself clear, Miss Topaz. I'll require some time to consider my next course of action.
Naturally. However, while you're deliberating, my colleagues will need to carry out some operations in Belobog. I hope that your subjects in the Underworld are cooperative. I'm sorry our business got in the way of a reunion with old friends. I'll get out of your way.
Is everything all right, Branya? I didn't know Miss Topaz was so intense. She seemed nice when we met her.
It's good to see you two again. Welcome back to Belobog. I'd planned a special reception, but I had to deal with an unexpected guest. The lady you just witnessed, she claims to represent the IPC. There's no need to keep either of you in the dark. To tell the truth, I have too much weighing on my mind right now to even think about the Soulworm Festival.
What exactly did Miss Topaz say to you? I only heard the word debt.
Since you've already made her acquaintance, I needn't explain who she is. I'm sure you've heard pieces of Belobog's history the first time you visited. The Legion's invasion 700 years ago, how the Stellaron brought about the Eternal Freeze. It seems that much of Belobog's history from that time was buried deep beneath the snow. Those memories were lost and weren't passed down to the subsequent generations of Supreme Guardians. Topaz shared with me the story of the Stellaron's descent upon Jarilo-VI. How the original outsiders stationed here foresaw the impending disaster and chose to leave in large numbers. Among those outsiders were several investors from the Interastral Peace Corporation. Before they departed, they did something noteworthy. They sought out architects who refused to leave, those who insisted on defending their homes. The IPC provided these architects with significant funds to aid them against the coming disaster. It was with those funds that Belobog was able to construct its immense walls. Even the initial funding for the development of the first batch of automatons was drawn from the same pool.
Wow, that's a pretty incredible story. So, does that mean Topaz's business here is to collect a debt from Belobog?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
That's ridiculous! And what's with the timing? What took them so long to get here? If it wasn't for us eliminating the Stellaron, they'd have nothing to collect. It's obvious they're just trying to take advantage.
According to her account, the repayment period agreed upon by the architects and the IPC investors was 280 years. However, less than a century after the loan was taken out, the connection between Jarilo-VI and the rest of the galaxy was completely severed. The IPC deemed that the disaster had caused irreparable damage and that there was no civilization left to reclaim the debt from. As such, they considered the owed sum permanently lost. It wasn't until the Stellaron crisis was resolved that the IPC discovered that Belobog had survived.
And that's when they sent Topaz over to collect the debt.
And the interest.
Not the interest. Okay, so just want to make sure that I process this right. So there was basically the catastrophe with the whatchamacallit, and then the IPC provided emergency funds basically for the city, and because they provided those things for them, it ended up being a debt to the IPC. But did they actually say that it was a debt? Or that it was a loan, basically? Or is it just something they gave them without stipulating that this is a loan? They said it was a loan? No, I mean, like, the IPC stated that it was a loan when they gave them those emergency funds. Well, guess we lost some money. Wait, some people actually survived? How good that we have... Oh my god, they said it was an offer, but it was actually... Oh, okay, that's what I was trying to clarify. If they actually stated that, hey, we'll give you a loan versus, hey, we'll help you out with these funds. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I was curious about. I have not met Argenti. Well, I've watched his trailer, but I haven't met him in game. The sound effect they chose truly is the sound effect of all time. Wait, which one? Which sound effect? Bye, Thorn. Feel better soon. I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. Yeah. So the way that, like, that Genshin patches worked is that if you lived in the US, normally, like, Eastern time, well, yeah, I think Eastern, well, I can't think of time zones, but in the US, some places in the US, we did get the update, like, the night of, the patch, if that makes sense. So we would get it, like, before the actual date that they specified. So, like, for instance, Genshin updates are usually come out, like, Wednesdays, right? But, like, Eastern time for me, they would come out at, like, 10, 11 p.m. Eastern, so the night before. I don't know if that makes sense. Just weird time zone shit. So I'm assuming Honkai Star Rail works the same way, so it'll be tomorrow night for me. Always gotta pay back the IPC. Apparently the IPC never heard of bad debts. Yeah, it's a predatory tactic. It was a 280-year loan, Branya says. This whole storyline infuriates me so much. Oh, the payday loan scam. Well, they also probably told them they would pay them back. They were desperate, so they took it out knowing the interest rates was fucked. They had this robotic noises on the flashback. Oh. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to clarify if the IPC actually told them this is a loan versus them saying this is emergency funds to help y'all out. You know what I mean? So, like, because obviously if they didn't state that it was a loan, then wow. But also when you're in a situation where you are in an emergency and you have no other choice, then it doesn't matter if it's a loan or not. Like, you're gonna take the money so you can, you know, Effigy and I have absolutely been there years ago where we were living off of payday loans and it was hell because the interest was so bad. So I'm blazing through the continuances. Personally, I love the storyline because it's a realistic display of capitalism and sovereign governance. Oh. The IPC made the box of Stellaron was contained in before the Supreme Guardian took it out and used it to freeze the planet. This is why I don't like the IPC. Yeah, I guess I'll continue and, like, see how I feel about it. That there is a complexity among the people who work in those systems with Topaz. All right, let's see. What happens if you don't pay it off in time?
The debt owed is an astronomical amount. I don't even know how to read such a long string of numbers.
Jeez.
Before you both arrived, Topaz warned me that if the payments were delayed, the IPC would give her the authority to employ strong measures.
The fuck does that mean?
Oh, I had no idea things were like this. Here I was thinking the IPC had come to rebuild Belobog, not extort it.
Looks like we'll have to intervene. I doubt the Belobogians can do anything about this on their own. We will intervene.
We have to help Branya out. The IPC is too big and powerful. The Belobogians won't be able to resolve this problem on their own.
You seem to have a deeper knowledge of the Interastral Peace Corporation than I do. But if the records are accurate, and they truly have a presence throughout the galaxy, the IPC could crush Belobog like a bug if they wanted to. I'm glad you're both here. I know you came for the festival, but now I must ask you and the Astral Express for help. Do you think you could persuade Topaz to reevaluate the situation?
Mallory's home. Hold on.
The Express's reputation precedes it. Perhaps there's still hope?
Okay, sorry, y'all. I just, I had to go open the door for Mallory because she's got home from her sleepover. Alright, continuing on. Now I must ask you and the Astral Express for help. Do you think you could persuade Topaz to reevaluate the situation? The Express reputation precedes it. Perhaps there's still hope. Discussing spoilers. Hey Zach, how are you? Daughter, yeah, I was just talking to her about her little sleepover. They went on a shopping spree. She came back with a box lunch bag with a Hot Topic bag. Oh, Topaz design? Yeah, Topaz design is pretty cool. I love Numby. She's well written and all, but too much of a bootlicker for my taste. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, I see a lot of takes in here. I am excited to continue to have my own thoughts. All right, let's go.
Have no fear, Branya. When a friend's in need, the Nameless will always be at their side.
Nameless will always be at their side. Friendship is my power. Not your greatest day. I hope that you feel better, Zach. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go talk to Topaz.
After all, this girl here is a pretty good negotiator.
Thank you so much, both of you. I'm so sorry for dragging you into more trouble. While you're out looking for Topaz, I'll see if I can think of a strategy to deal with the situation. Best of luck, and stay safe.
Oh, hey! I just remembered. Topaz gave me her number. We might as well just be direct and ask her where she is. She seems like the type of person who appreciates a straight approach.
Are you there, Miss Topaz? Greetings, Director Topaz is currently busy and able to reply to your message. Please wait. An auto reply? She really doesn't reply to messages during her work hours. Greetings, Director Topaz is currently busy, blah, 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 blah. Stop repeating. Wait, AI, please tell me. Hello, checking Director Topaz's schedule for you. Currently, Director Topaz is on an inspection tour at the History and Cultural Museum, the Overworld Belobog, Jarilo-VI. Wow, we got her direct location. Okay.
Okay, got it. She's at the museum. Let's get going. We better think about what we're gonna say. She might be young, but she is an IPC executive. She's definitely no pushover.
The only events that I have done, I did the Scent one, the Scentiverse, whatever, I forget the name of it, and I did the Critter one. Those are the only ones that I've done because I didn't want to miss them.
Oh, it's you two again. This is the third time today we've run into each other.
Cherish the moment.
Why, of course I will. Meeting friends from the Astral Express is always a moment
I
worth cherishing.
love the Critter event. It was so
What do you
cute.
make of this painting? I'm no expert, but just from the artist's strokes, I can tell it's no ordinary piece. It portrays a certain kind of sorrow, you know? Not your everyday kind of sadness. It runs much deeper than that. It's as if the artist had condensed history into one poignant but sorrowful image. The artist's brushwork depicts several generations' hardships.
Seems like you know your art. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Not at all. The analysis of an aficionado. I wouldn't take my word for it. The Express has visited many worlds. I'm sure the Nameless have a far greater knowledge of such things than myself. I suppose what I'm trying to say is, what I'm drawn to isn't the style in which a piece is painted, but its overall value. Its intrinsic value may only be 50,000 credits, but its added value might push the total up to 200,000.
Sorry for crashing your artist party, but we came to talk to you about something else.
So anyway,
A collaboration between our two sides,
that's
perhaps?
nice.
Not exactly.
So we're actually here for a
we-
different reason. Like, we don't give a shit.
Let's walk and talk. This way.
Oh, it's time to
Most
RP walk.
exhibits in this museum are of little value. But with a keen eye, it's possible to find a diamond in the rough, so to speak.
Miss Topaz, Bronya's already told us about Belobog's debt situation.
Oh. You two are closer than I expected with her. So, how can I help? Not sure in the arrangement, or...
Help me out here. You know I'm not good at this kind of thing.
We want to ask for a favor on behalf of Bronya. The IPC's demands are unreasonable. The Express will pay off Belobog's outstanding debts.
You're so direct. I like that. I understand. From your point of view, I can see how unreasonable it appears. However, you must understand that debt collection is a big part of my job. I've dealt with cases far more difficult than Belobog's. I appreciate each case has its difficulties, but if I treated every late debtor as a special case, the galaxy's economy would come to a grinding halt.
Oh wait, what was the poll? Oh crap, I didn't see what the poll was. Oh, how should Stell help pay the debt? Robin Hood, the IPC. Feet pics? Delivering courier boxes. Moral support is fine. Selfies with fans. Oh my god. Yeah, it seems unreasonable, but... Oh, the museum event? I need to do the museum event. I heard it's really, really great. Into the Centiverse. I don't know what it sent something. Also, Laurel, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your emotes. Right, bloody with the 6,000 points. I'm dying. Okay, what a heartless way of seeing things. And if the debt can't be repaid, I'm gonna say this.
I've heard that before. More than a few times, actually. The Strategic Investment Department is well versed in handling such situations. We can offer the debtor various repayment solutions. But Jarilo-VI has far exceeded the allotted repayment period. I'm afraid milder solutions aren't the order of the day.
Wasn't that not their fault, though?
Oops, almost gave away trade secrets there, didn't
Girl,
I? That was a close one. The exhibits here are pretty ordinary. I estimate they're probably not worth much. Let's keep moving.
Wow, she literally has...
So you're basically saying the Belobogians must pay off their ancestors' debts.
Whatchamacallit.
When you think about it, it's just another part of the cycle of life.
She's very much a debt collector. They literally, they all sound like this.
As that.
Wow, look! Is that little critter native to Jarilo-VI?
Hello?
It's so white and fluffy. Where can I find a live one?
It's probably extinct. I'm gonna say you like animals.
I absolutely adore them. Have you guys met Numby yet? Oh, where'd they go?
Oh, Numby is they? Okay.
Come to think of it, this little guy is on display here probably means it's already extinct, right?
So, Miss Topaz, what exactly will it take for the IPC to go easier on Belobog? Bronya invested so much just to make this world a little better. And now, it feels like all of her efforts will be undone in the blink of an eye. It's just so cruel.
What do you take the IPC for, Miss March? We're just the same as Belobog's architects. We're all followers of the preservation. No matter what solutions we propose, we will always take the welfare of the people of Belobog into consideration. Otherwise, we'd be no different from the Legion, would we?
So you're saying there's nothing to worry about? But Bronya...
Don't worry yourself too much. The Supreme Guardian is a wise person. She'll understand.
What? They can't afford
But,
it.
To answer your question directly, it'd take a miracle. I'll complete the Jarilo-VI project no matter what obstacles I encounter.
Oh my god! She said, I don't give a fuck.
Going as planned. What should we do?
I don't give a
wouldn't waste
fuck.
too much energy on this matter.
What in the world?
Why not make the most of the festive atmosphere? Oh, looks like one of my colleagues is after me.
This is taking me
My
out!
apologies, but I should probably take this. Bye!
So, anyway...
So, what now? We spent ages trying to convince her and she didn't move an inch.
We didn't promise Bronya we'd succeed. She sort of made sense. We should keep pestering her.
You sure? I really don't think she'll change her mind. I guess Miss Topaz is just doing her job. And as far as the Express is concerned, I think it'd be unwise to make the IPC our enemy. All these vested interests. So hard to undo any of it. They teach this stuff in school. Wait, did I even go to school? Did someone send you a message?
Did I even go to school? Zila? I heard you're back in Belobog, Lorie. Give me a shout when you have a minute. It's urgent. A bunch of rascals came down to the Underworld and took over the Great Mine by force. I asked Bronya what to do, and she told me not to mess with them for the time being. We must fight back. Yeah, already on it. Wildfire and Silvermane guards already engaged with them. But those jerks have super advanced fancy weapons with jacked up damage. We can't handle them. I'm sending you an SOS because I'm running out of ideas. I'm coming. Hang in there. We're on our way.
Huh? The IPC are causing trouble in the Underworld? Already? Seriously? Topaz was just talking about taking the welfare of the people of Belobog into consideration. And now they're pulling this stunt? You really can't trust these money-hungry IPC suits for a minute.
Let's go save the day. Here we go again. That's right. You can't believe a word they say.
I really did jinx us. I don't think I have it in me to play the hero today. I guess complaining won't get us anywhere. Let's go lend them a hand. Wanna go take some pictures?
Quavers, drop the smart skin. I know! I'm obsessed with it. Topaz is so controversial. However, it's really cool that they make such characters. Topaz is... It seems like it from what people were talking about in chat. It does seem like Topaz is a very controversial character. My blood pressure during this quest. Oh no! Attacking native inhabitants with advanced weaponry. I wonder what this reminds me of. That's so not great. Like, but what? Like, I guess we're gonna find out. But why the fuck are they attacking? We're colonizing you for your own benefit. Like, what the fuck? The big corpo lied? Oh my god. It's such a surprise. Hi, Davey. How are you? After 5 years of college. She's seeing it from her perspective. Also, technically, she's just doing her job too. Like, obviously, I just started. I have like a big knot. I just pulled out of my hair. Anyway, she just started, right? Or, sorry, I just started. But from my perspective thus far, she does remind me very much of a typical debt collector. Like, they don't give a shit. They are following their procedures, and they literally, like, their job is just to collect a debt. And they simply don't give a shit. And like I said before, like, Effigy and I used to be really, really in a bad place financially. Like, a long time ago, we were in a really bad place financially, and we were living off of payday loans. And so, like, I'm very familiar with this, like, the verbiage and these mannerisms and stuff. It's like, it's so, what's the right word? Very, like, she's very unempathetic. But, like, if this is something that she does every day, then you just start to lose your empathy. It's almost like people who work in, like, for instance, like, intensive care, or people who work in, like, what do you call it? Shoot, what is the other? I can't remember. Basically, places where you're constantly seeing, like, shit that, like, will normally fuck people up, or, like you're just used to seeing it, and it doesn't really, it's just another day. Yeah, desensitized, there you go. I guess to do a debt collection job, you have to be like that too. Yeah. You can say how you feel about certain moments in the quest. They already happened, and your opinion is, or don't loot anything. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I was just catching up on chat. Oh, we were like right here.
Zila!
Hey! Am I glad to see you two here? I'm not sure how much longer we can hold out.
What's going on? Is anyone hurt?
Nobody's been seriously hurt, but a few Wildfire members got minor injuries. Fortunately for us, it seems like they were holding back. Their weapons and automatons are much stronger than anything we have.
Yeah, what the hell is going on here?
You see those two in black? They've been guarding the mine entrance. They're not letting anyone in or out. Hey! Just because you have fancy equipment doesn't mean you can bully us! Who do you think you are? What's the matter? Got nothing to say?
What's going on inside the mine? Any ideas?
A few miners made it out earlier. They looked pretty panicked. They said the whole mine had been seized by the people in black. These uninvited guests keep talking about asset evaluation, whatever that means. All I know is that they're seriously disrupting the lives of the Underworlders.
Are they evaluating because, like, they already know that Belobog can't pay the debts, so they're like, we're just gonna seize, like, land? Like, is that what the fuck they're doing? Is Topaz around? We'll handle this.
Do you think Topaz is around here somewhere? Maybe her cronies are acting without her authorization.
The person you're talking about, are they in charge of the people in black? Potaz Pazto? Whatever her name is,
Potaz Pazto!
Right now, the most important thing is to free those trapped in the Great Mine. Are you two with me?
Like, that wasn't even close, but I love Zila so much.
Hey, you two! Cat got your tongue or something? If you knew what was best for you, you'd get out of my way!
You guys must be exhausted standing here all day. How about you take a little lunch break? I'm sure the IPC allows that, right?
I'm a guest of your boss. Stand aside. Seriously, get some lunch, bro.
What's their deal?
You two were talking to the director in the snow plains.
So it's you! You're the one who was threatening to take us out in the snow plains! Do you even know who you're talking to? If your boss knows to treat us with respect, you'd better start showing some yourself.
I can't let you pass. My team leader said that if anyone gets through, I'll lose 6 months of performance bonuses.
Team leader? You're even lower on the pecking order than I thought.
Shut up! I spent 7 years on a forsaken asteroid preparing to join the IPC. I went through 17 interviews before they finally hired me.
Oh, no!
What right do you deadbeats have to criticize me?
IPC? Interviews? I don't know what you're rambling on about, but you're really testing my patience. No need to waste our breath on this idiot. Let's do this.
He's just a capitalist cog like me. Zeal's about to start a war against Big Corp. What an icon. Oh, you had some problems with combat in this interlude. Pasto's grass in Spanish?
Rules are made to be broken.
This is kind of Bronya's fault for not informing the Underworld about this. Topaz literally told her she was going to do this. Yeah, but like I don't know if it's really her fault because like did they actually
He sure took off quickly.
Did they actually say, like did Bronya say that we're not going to pay this? Yeah. She needed time to think about it. Right. So they just like, they moved in like on their own. Right. Like that's awful. I don't care. I want to fight. Excuse me.
17 rounds of interviews and these are the best people they can find? What a joke.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I've been warned that the ones in the mine won't go down without a fight. Let's set off when you're ready.
Active negotiations are not the time to be aggressive, right? Mm-hmm.
Ready for action?
Oh wait, no.
It's time to kick the IPC.
Hold on. I want to talk to March.
Make sure.
Caught your breath yet? It's time to show these IPC fools who they're dealing with.
When did you change your clothes? I just noticed.
Finished chatting with Topaz in the museum. Did it take you that long to notice? I thought you were supposed to be the observant one.
Listen.
The quicker we handle the IPC, the faster we can get back to enjoying the celebrations. Let Zila know when you're ready to go.
Okay. I think that's all I can talk to. All right.
Ready for action?
Let's go.
Let's get moving.
Okay, so we need, wait, does this teamwork? I mean, we've got Asta and Himiko, so. I could switch out Asta for March.
If push comes to shove.
Hello, it's Mr. Svarog, isn't it? And this cute little girl must be Clara.
Hello, miss. Are you...
I'm Topaz. I've come to have a chat with Mr. Svarog.
Clara, go inside and wait for me.
Huh? But if you have a guest... Maybe I should.
Get inside the house.
She is not a guest. Neither is she a friend. Go, Clara.
Her smirk,
Everything will be
though?
fine.
So, it seems my source was right. Who would have thought that such a strong bond could exist between a giant robot and a little girl? So heartwarming.
She sounds so sassy, and like, for what?
You bear the insignia of the Interstellar
Like, sassy
Peace
and mean.
Corporation. What is your motive for coming here?
Straight to the point, huh? I like your style. Jarilo-VI. Are robots familiar with that term? Anyway, it refers to the planet we're currently standing on. It's about to become the property of the IPC. No one can reverse this outcome. Not you, not the Nameless, nor any power in the galaxy. I only care about one thing right now. Demonstrating to the shareholders of the IPC that Jarilo-VI can generate value.
Oh, she's heartless.
In the long run, this is a way, the only way, to ensure Belobog's long-term interests. I need your help to achieve this goal.
Long-term interests undefined. Analyzing objectives. Analysis failed. Tell me, emissary, how do you plan to convince the IPC leadership?
That's simple. I'll show you.
This is...
Source code, or to be more precise, source code that is able to take control of all mechanized units in Belobog. I'm sure you're familiar with this. All mechanized units manufactured in Belobog over the last 700 years utilize the underlying systems created by the IPC.
Oh,
The code is so refined that the engineers never saw any
She's taking
reason to
control of
change
all of the machinery?
I assume you're also aware that there was once a large automaton factory in the Underworld. Thousands upon thousands of automatons, enough to crush the Legion's vanguard, lay dormant within. This is my bargaining chip for negotiating with the higher-ups. I'll convince them that Jarilo-VI has a place in the company's long-term strategies.
What the
But
fuck?
first, I need a guide to show me where these automatons are buried.
I understand. Your long-term interests can be defined as the survival of civilization at a macro level. What are your intentions for the people currently living here?
That's a really good question.
Their future has already been purchased. All I can do is make them accept this fact, using a relatively peaceful approach.
What the fuck?
I understand. I will assist you with your plan.
Oh, so you're not as stubborn as the rumors suggest.
The future you speak of is beyond my computational range, but my emotional analysis indicates that you are indeed trying to find ways to ensure the survival of this world.
Huh?
Additionally, calculations indicate a 96.4% probability of compliance through force if I refuse to cooperate.
Your calculations are slightly on the conservative side.
Oh.
Here's to our future cooperation. If you wouldn't mind leading the way, Mr. Svarog.
That was such an uncomfortable, like an uncomfortable interaction between those two. Like, it was very uncomfortable. Jeez.
All the miners here, huddled together. Anyone else getting deja vu?
Well, the situation here is pretty similar to when you first arrived. It's just that instead of a few thugs and broken robots, now we're dealing with much more formidable adversaries.
My god.
Hey, check it out! Isn't that Topaz's little trotter over there? Oh, what was it again? Numby, right?
What? Isn't that thing a fragmentum monster? She's keeping one as a pet?
The IPC are all about their sci-fi sorcery, so it's not that surprising.
Sci-fi sorcery.
Wanna go take a look?
Oink? Oink, grunt, grunt, oink.
Sounds like you two are getting along. What's Numby saying?
Topaz isn't here. Life is ultimately meaningless.
Wow, that's so deep. Oh, come on, stop fooling around.
Look, you guys. Looks like it wants to leave.
Oh, looks like they want to find their master. Let's follow them.
Star says it's so depressing. He's aware of the fact that if they rebel, they could die. He literally said, I'll comply because we might live. Yeah, like, he recognizes that she is, I guess, in some fucked up way, like whether or not it's from the good of her heart. I mean, obviously, I don't know. Like, right now, she's all business. Like, that's all I know about her as a character, is that she's all business, and she likes animals and art. But whether or not it's from the goodness of her heart that she's trying to ensure survival of Jarilo-VI, or if it's literally just, like, business for her. Like, he said that he recognizes that, but he also is just like, I know that if I try to rebel, like, we're not gonna have a chance. So, like, what choice do I actually have? It's very much like the same situation that happened with Belobog to begin with, like, where when they received the emergency loan, like, they didn't have a choice. It's like, well, you know, do we just let everything go to shit, or do we accept this loan? We don't have a choice, so we have to accept the loan. A D-Tank Plus, yes. Rights are meaningless if not enforced. If the current events taught us anything, yeah. Okay, sorry, I was just responding.
Help! Those people dressed in black are attacking us!
Hey, I'm talking to you. Where do you guys store the geomarrow?
Oh no, they're not taking their resources.
This place is filled with nothing but incompetence.
Those cowards! I guess they want to do this the hard way.
Whoa!
Say bye. Time to say bye. Boom.
You won't get away.
Stand still.
That hurt.
I was in credit card debt again. I'm feeling it. Like I said, all of this is very familiar to me because of the time where we were struggling financially. My husband and I. Like, this is wild. They really knew what they were doing when they wrote this, to really bring back what it feels like to be literally to have no choice when you are in a financial bind.
But aren't they on the IPC side? Strange.
Look, that big guy down there. Is he the one in charge?
We'll see who's really in charge.
Oh, we have ads coming too, by the way, y'all. Just a heads up.
Huh? Where'd Numby go?
The trauma raid. I'm like, oh my god.
For something so short and stubby.
This is bringing back some memories.
Well, guess that's that. We're on our own now. Let's keep going. Hey, you! Are you in charge around here?
All local. The IPC is currently conducting asset evaluation work here. Local residents are advised to follow those responsible for evacuation to the...
Don't lie to us! You seized the mine by force for yourself. You drove the locals out of their homes. I'm warning you. Get lost or suffer the consequences. Don't you dare show your face around here again!
Ah, and who might you be? You have quite the attitude. This is our jurisdiction.
God, this sucks. Topaz just lets you do whatever you want? I want to speak to your boss.
You know Topaz? Interesting. It doesn't matter. The Strategic Investment Department has no obligation to talk to anyone not related to this project. In cases where debtors fail to repay within the set time frame, the IPC reserves the right to skip negotiations and take over all assets.
Hold on. I have to clarify, or not clarify, but...
Following the rules. What exactly is your problem?
Okay, so they were in negotiations because Branya said we'll think about it or whatever, we'll figure out something. But they're saying that the set time frame that they had to begin with is over, but that wasn't even like their fault. Like even some debt collectors aren't even this bad, where like if you have something happen, they'll be like, and you're past the time, like if you can like give substantial proof that you were unable to fulfill your debts because of, you know, something happened in your life, like even some debt collectors will be like, okay, you know, we will defer it, your whatever. Like, wow, this is wild. So they're saying, so they're just acting based off of the fact that they didn't meet the timeline, which they didn't have control over to begin with. Like, this is a whole thing. Wow.
You know, it's funny how the rules always seem to work
Right.
in your favor, don't you think? This world's been hanging by a thread, and now you're here to pull the plug on it.
Don't blame me. I'm simply following orders. Do you think I get to make those kinds of decisions?
Save your breath, March. I never held out any hope of resolving this problem peacefully. Didn't you claim the IPC was all-powerful? Well, now's the perfect chance to show us what you can do.
If I knew things were gonna get this heated, I never...
Oh my god.
Anyway, since you seem intent on settling this matter with violence, prepare yourselves for my heavy laser cannon.
You're annoying!
Re-energized!
Just in time.
We thought y'all died out 700 years ago and we never established connection, but we're gonna blame you and still take all your resources. Right. They literally had a Stellaron happen on them. The IPC found out that Belobog survived, and while they were going through reconstructions, they were like, okay, time to explain. Exactly. Like I said, not even debt collectors are like this bad. Like this is, or some debt collectors. Like there are some obviously that are like awful, but there are like, wow.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control.
Oh my god.
And I'm no
This is a lot. This is a lot.
My turn!
Music is really good. Hold on. No. Was it Z? Yeah, Z. Interastral Peace Corporation's employee performance points. Each stack increases damage dealt by 50%, stacking up to 3 times. All performance points are consumed when this unit uses an attack. Performance points can be seized by the attacker when this unit... Okay.
Stand still.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move!
Also, government regulations and anti-exploitation laws that prevent them from being this bad. Right, exactly. Interesting take on preservation. Yeah, I need to read more about the paths in general.
Seems I've been waiting a while.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
overhaul.
Relax, naughty child. That's better.
Thanks a lot.
Oh man, almost broken.
Say bye to breathing.
Work culture shock? Team building? The names are taking me out. Like, wow. This is capitalism. Like, what is happening right now?
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Stand still. That'll take more than medicine. Now.
I have something for you.
May as well kill them all. Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
Gives dystopian undertones. I remember reading, or not reading, watching that one. It was definitely something, that's for sure.
Relax.
Well, I think, as always, it's interesting, right? Because the IPC obviously doesn't need this money. Well, I mean, because it's been 700 years or something, right? So the thing is, like, they have lived that long without this money, and that's kind of just like another thing where, like, they don't really need it. So, like, they can make some kind of, I don't know, they could basically take into consideration what has been happening on Belobog. And, like, it doesn't have to be this way, but they're obviously, this is extremely corrupt. So.
You've got a lot of nerve.
Oh dear.
My turn. Here.
Time for a shot. Now, stand still.
Not bad.
Perhaps humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Say bye to breathing. Good times.
Oh my god,
time to say
Kaka!
Boom.
Tough luck running into me. Phew.
Naughty child. Relax. Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Go away.
That hurt.
You've got a lot of nerve.
You can't run. Gotta try hard some. Watch this awesome move.
You won't get away.
I have something for you.
May as well kill them all.
My turn.
Stand still. That's better.
Much
Say bye to breathing.
Re-energize.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Time for an overhaul.
Relax.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
You can't run. Go away.
Well, I got a little greedy. I got a little greedy.
Try that again.
Whew, okay.
Who are you people. Not even our tech could take you down.
We took down the Doomsday Beast, the Stellaron, and Fantilia.
March.
Did you really think you could stop us?
Darn it. I'm all out of ammo.
Sir, we've just received word from the director.
Director Topaz? What did she say?
Teams are not to disrupt the lives of local inhabitants during the asset evaluation period. Teams that violate this directive will have their year-end bonuses reduced by 60%.
60%. Y'all heard. Y'all heard her.
We're done.
Pack it up. Cut it out.
Attention all personnel. Evacuate the mine immediately.
Ooh.
Erase all traces of your presence.
So, are we all good here, or what?
Yeah. Judging by the looks on their faces, I don't think they'll be back. So, who is this Topaz anyway? She seems to have no problem ordering these idiots around. Or taming fragmentum creatures, for that matter.
It's a long story.
It's a long story. This is an end of year bonus, not the actual wages. Right. Hi, Pearly. How are you? I'm playing on fast mode now because I'm in Zoomies mode. Actually, I'm trying to get as much done before the update tomorrow. So, we're trying. Oh, drops. I don't actually think that I ever enabled drops in. Oh, shoot. In here for. I didn't even. Honkai Star Rail has drops? I guess that would make sense, right? I don't believe that I have turned on drops for Honkai Star Rail. But I can turn them on if it is an option to do so. I'm looking to see if that is an option. So far, I'm not seeing Honkai Star Rail as an option to turn on drops. Unless I'm missing it. There might be some starting Tuesday because of the new update. I have no idea. I literally just started, so, but I don't see any as an option anyway. Developing country for natural disaster vibes. Yep. There wasn't any extenuating circumstances clause outlined in the contract really shows how this contract was really coercion and therefore should make it invalid in this essay. Were you going to try and open the area with the dot relics today? I wish. I might have to do it off stream. I don't know. We do have the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, which works similarly to what Topaz is doing. Oh, have I learned anything about that? It was also like complicated investments with technology and resources because the IPC was here for centuries before they left. Wait, what? Did they state that? The IPC downfall arc later in the game. It would be great to see a big corporation have their downfall. Big, wonderful greatness. Oh, they're already over? Okay. Hi, V. How are you? It's your day off of work and it's raining. Oh, good luck with your assignments. Someone threatens her people, shooting through his hands. Like, who the fuck are they anyway? Right. Oh, okay. So yeah, maybe there's just no drops right now. You're better off asking Branya. Belobog is in debt.
Debt? What do you mean?
You should probably ask Branya to explain it to you.
Why did this mess have to happen so close to the festivities? timing couldn't have been any
Because
worse.
they probably timed it like that.
Oh, looks like we've got a message.
Where are you? March and Lorie, are you all right? Rania, we're in the Underworld right now. The IPC's people took over the Great Mine. We just kicked them out. I see. You're with Zila. How are things going? Did you get hurt? Don't worry, we can totally handle this. I failed to persuade Topaz. The IPC won't stop there. I'm gonna say that one. No worries, Lorie. This wasn't your responsibility in the first place. Something just happened here, and I can't explain it clearly in messages. Could you two come back to Quillipoth Fort? Clipoth. Is it Clipoth? I need advice from you two on this issue. Okay.
I get the feeling Bronya's worried about something. We'd better go back and see her. Are you coming with us, Zila?
Go on without me. I still have stuff to take care of. The miners need to know what happened here. Bronya messaged you, which means she thinks you can help. I trust her judgment.
Got it, Zila.
They're so cute.
We'll do what we
I
can
love
to help
Zila and
Bronya out.
Bronya.
Come on, to Clipoth Fort.
Meanwhile in Rivet Town. Yeah, I do need to take a break after it. Oh.
These guys don't look like thieves.
By order of the Supreme Guardian, proceed no further, Miss Topaz.
Belobog might be in arrears, but I'm out of pocket. See you later, Captain.
You know what's so irritating to me about, I mean, obviously, like, there's so much irritating about what's going on right now, right? Like, there's a lot that's irritating. But one thing that, like, personally I'm annoyed with is that they're making her, like, she's just so nonchalant. Like, it's very, it is very, like, evil villain vibes, but at the same time, like, she's very, like, personality-wise, like, she's very, I don't know if charismatic is the right word. She's just very carefree. So it's like, it's like, damn, like, this entire situation sucks, and, like, I can't believe this is fucking happening. But why did they have to make her like this? Because, like, I don't like anything that's going on right now, but her general, like, mannerisms are mannerisms that I typically do like in characters. Not like, I'm talking about, like, how she's very, like, sassy, but sassy about, like, an awful thing. And, like, it's just, I don't know if I'm explaining this right, but, like, personality-wise, like, how her mannerisms are, she's, like, a character that, like, it's almost like the game is like, see, like her. She's really cute, and she's really funny, and she's really sassy, and she has this really great personality. But at the same time, she's also, like, you know, doing all this terrible stuff to these people, and she's taking advantage of everybody. Like, it's so... Right. Yeah, okay. You know, okay, here's what she kind of reminds me of. I always go back to, like, Mean Girls. She reminds me of Regina George. Like, she's just so okay with doing, like, bad shit. She's just like, it's whatever, I'm gonna get cheese fries. But, like, it's bad. And, like, you know, we don't like Regina George. But at the end of the day, like, Regina George is, like, such a fun, terrible character. You know? She's obviously a character that nobody should ever aspire to be, and, like, we recognize that she is a shitty person. But Child is a great... Oh my god! Wait! Child is kind of a good comparison. I didn't actually think of that. Potaz George. It's like how Child is charming, but then you're like, wait a minute, I shouldn't like this guy. Yeah, like there's parts about, but like he's, and I don't know where this is going, right? Like I don't know where this is going. But if she's being manipulated by the IPC and she's just gotten desensitized to it, it is similar to how Child being manipulated by the Tsaritsa, but he's gotten desensitized by it because it's only for the benefit of his family. Like it's just about his family. So I do like that comparison. But I don't know if that's what's happening with Topaz. So this is just my thoughts. Yeah, like thus far. No, I'm not slandering Childs, but it's more of just like he's also complicated because of the things that like he's done, but we've already discussed in the past about how the Tsaritsa does manipulate individuals who feel like they have no choice. No idea about Topaz. If that's the case with Topaz, if Topaz is being manipulated by the IPC and she's just become desensitized to doing terrible shit, then yeah, like that is an interesting comparison to me. My name is Topaz Jordan and I am a massive... Yeah, like that's what she's kind of reminding me of. Like she's doing, like in regards to likability, I guess, is that like they're clearly, like she's doing evil shit, but her personality is unfortunately kind of likable because of just how like sassy and like, you know, confident she's exuding a lot of confidence. And it really does remind me of like somebody like Regina George. But like a lot of that confidence too is it might be coming from what's the word? I can't even think of. Maybe she is not actually that confident. Maybe she has like low self-esteem and she's kind of putting up a front. I don't know. Just my thoughts as of right now. Yeah, getting ready for damn, I can Penacony? Yeah, I could not think of the right word. That kind of mindset, I'm just trying to make the best of what I do. I don't know. Like I said, I have no idea what the end result is going to be here. I'm very intrigued though. This is very intriguing. All right, I'm gonna take a break though because it's been a little bit since it's been like almost 3 hours. So feel free to get up, stretch, use the restroom, do what you need to do, take some time to yourself, and when we come back, we will continue. Forgot to pay your credit card and interest go up. You can't stop feeling a little bad about the person who you have to pay your debt, but this is 100% more. Yeah. She's so desensitized to it, but also the fact that she's just vibing through life while these people are just getting out of the worst thing that's ever happened to them is so disgusting. I'm not sorry to say. Yeah, but like I think about that from, I don't know, like I said, using the example of people who like work in like hospitals, who sometimes people that are in hospitals, they are so like, you know, they use the term bedside manner. Like there are so many like nurses and stuff that absolutely do not have bedside manner. And like the only thing I can chalk it up to is that a lot of people just become desensitized to their job because it's just every day for them. And this isn't, by the way, this isn't me excusing like her behavior. This is me just like analyzing what I'm experiencing right now. So like if that's the case with her, if like she's just completely desensitized because she's just seen so much shit that it's like this is just another day, then it's interesting that they're portraying a character like this. Yeah, it's like it's almost like you just have to turn it off because it's like, I don't know, I can imagine for some people doing types like jobs like this where you're like destroying lives or you're constantly seeing people lose their lives. Like I assume that it's almost like this level of like trauma, and a lot of people that do experience trauma just end up like turning off their emotions. I don't know, or becoming something else. Because governments, politicians, bureaucrats, debt collectors are very far from how personal and intimate real problems are or disasters can be. Yeah, that's another thing too, is that like obviously there are politicians and shit that like just have no empathy because they've never experienced that in their life. So that's another thing, which is why I'm so curious to see what the fuck is going on with Topaz. Like, is that the case? Like, is she somebody who is so privileged that she has never been in that position before that she can't relate? Or has she just become completely desensitized to what the fuck is happening and like literally has no empathy anymore because of everything that she's seen? Like, what is it with her? I'm so curious. All right, I need to go take a break. Oh my God. We will be right back. Feel free to take a break as well and enjoy your time away. I'm just so interested to see what happens here. Hold on. We're going to put up our, I have new screenshots too. Okay, new screenshots. Where are they? All right, we will be right back, y'all. Enjoy your time. Oh my God. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Hello, everyone. Hi, Kate. How are you? Let me turn the screenshots on. Oh, what did I just do? I was gonna eat lunch, but then I realized what time it was, and I'm like, holy crap, this day is gone. It's already almost dinner time. So instead, I will have a snack. We got these fruit roll-ups. These are weird. Girl dinner is 1 piece of KFC chicken, applesauce, and a donut. That sounds delicious, though. Very, very girl dinner. Yeah. Oh, these are not it. It's too late. It's already almost 5 o'clock. I didn't have time to make anything. One of those weird fruit roll-up things that you bought. I'm making, what do you call it? I'm making spaghetti for dinner. Taste it. I didn't even know we had these. They don't taste Tastes very good. You think that the kids are gonna eat these? Okay. I got my adult Lunchable. FG got me an adult Lunchable, so we're gonna eat that. Cheese and whatever I find, probably ham. It's that I forgot dinner. Everyone is sleeping. Aiden, no. We're doing well right now. I didn't eat my breakfast, and then I forgot about lunch, so I'm holding it down until dinner. Oh yeah, we're doing well. Mac and cheese is your first meal of the day. Oh my goodness. Adult Lunchable is a fancy Hillshire snacking, and it just has some fancy crackers, some fancy, what is it, salami, and some, what is this, white cheddar. It's literally an adult Lunchable. It's so funny. Okay, thank you for using my stinky little Kafka. All right, back to this quest. It's giving me whiplash. That was vegan? Ooh, that would be really nice. Like some crackers, maybe some like chow cheese, some vegan lunch meat with some like nuts and stuff. I used to be vegan for a little bit, but then I realized that I just could not do it. Not even just for me, but because it was so stressful trying to think of a bunch of different meals for me and for the kids, because I obviously wasn't going to force my kids to be vegan. Oh, did I hit 40? I hit 40. Okay, cool. I could do my equilibrium thing, but I'll wait on that.
Welcome back. I appreciate your help more than I can express. It couldn't have been easy running all over the city.
That's what friends are for, Branya. You don't sound like yourself. Is something wrong?
I'm fine. I haven't rested in a while. There's just too much happening all at once. Perhaps, but the IPC won't wait for me to catch up. They're moving quickly. Belobog is crawling with their agents. All they talk about is asset evaluation. The silver lining is that apart from the mine incident you mentioned, there haven't been any major conflicts in other areas. I suppose Topaz must have issued an order against harassing the citizenry. Still, that hasn't stopped panic from building. People are confused. They don't know where these strangers in black came from, nor what their intentions are.
Did you manage to get in touch with Topaz again? We're curious to know what solution she has in mind.
That's the reason I asked for you to come here. I need your advice. Look.
It's...
The contract Topaz sent to me a little while ago. There's a handwritten letter attached. Please, take a look at the contents, and then tell me your thoughts.
Miss Branya, if you'll permit me to call you that, I'd like to share a story with you from my own life. In your eyes, the IPC may seem heartless or cruel, But in reality, we all have a story to tell. As for myself, I was born on a small, unremarkable planet at the edge of the galaxy, a place whose name is known only to the native inhabitants. My home planet was extremely resource poor. To survive, people worked laboriously, manufacturing products for other civilizations in the galaxy, mostly in chemical or heavy industries. Given these circumstances, the natural environment of my home planet became increasingly harsh. I don't recall the exact moment when it happened, but people started wearing respirators just to walk down the street. All you could hear were the wheezing coughs of the people, day and night. My home was facing its demise. The relatively wealthy chose interstellar migration and started anew. The majority who stayed could only struggle on amidst sewage, acid rain, and dust, waiting for the end. Finally, one fateful day, the IPC arrived on my home planet. They had the technology to repair our planet's damaged environment. In return for their help, they asked for just one thing: that all inhabitants sign a contract which would make them employees of the IPC. 2 years after signing the contract, the dark clouds and haze disappeared.
Oh.
And people began to take off their masks. After 3 years, vegetation and trees began to grow and thrive again. After 5 years, many animals, previously on the brink of extinction, reappeared. When I was finally old enough, I officially became a member of the Strategic Investment Department. I witnessed the changes that took place on my home world, and was determined to bring the same changes to many other worlds in the galaxy that were experiencing the same plight. I am writing to you, Miss Branya, with the genuine desire to express something important. I know freedom is precious to people, but in reality, there are things of much greater value, such as survival. How many generations of Belobogians will it take to embrace the stars again without assistance? Who can guarantee that every future Guardian will be as prudent and enlightened as you? How can you guarantee that a disaster such as the Stellaron crisis will not descend upon Belobog yet again? I have already negotiated the best possible deal for you. Once you sign this contract, all of Belobog's debts will be forgiven. In addition, the IPC will set up a special team to support the reconstruction of Jarilo-VI. I can understand that for you, this is an extremely difficult decision, because you, and you alone, will bear the fate of all Belobogians. But because of this, I believe that you will make the right decision. A decision that will truly benefit your people.
Her words do sound quite sincere. What do you make of it?
Wow. That's a lot to think about. That is a lot to... That is extremely a lot to think about. There's a lot going on there. I think I really need to, like, process all of that, because there was a lot of layers to that, like a lot of layers to that. And I think I can absolutely why I understand why this quest and her as a character is like a point of contention with some people, and why this is she's very complicated. This entire quest is very complicated. I can absolutely understand that now, especially now knowing her origin. Yeah. They condition the young people to think like this and work for them. Yeah, I think, I mean, like I said, I need to sit and think about this for a while because there's so many layers to this that really complicate a lot of things. But I think looking at her as a person, coming from, you know what, okay, like, maybe this is, like I said, maybe this isn't the right comparison. Maybe I just need to sit and think about it more, but like, hearing her origin and hearing that she came from basically a place where people were not able to survive, and the only people who were able to survive were the rich people who were able to leave. Everybody else was left in the dust. And then the contract of them having to agree to work for the IPC to save their people, like, that's another impossible decision. Because, yeah, like, I think generally the IPC fucking sucks. I mean, it's a mega corporation. They're taking advantage of people who have no options. Literally no option. Like, do you want to live or do you want to die, essentially? Like who's going to say I'm gonna die? Probably not a lot of people, right? Especially when you're looking at saving however many people were left on that planet. It's not just one person, it's everybody. And like, you know, probably like children and stuff. Like, oh my god, that's so complicated. I'm trying to think of a good comparison, really. I don't know. I think very much in the beginning, it does seem like she was a victim as well to the IPC. And what followed after, obviously, I need to sit and think more about and really kind of like churn all of that through my brain juice, because that's a lot of stuff. This is a really, really interesting quest. Like, it's very, very deep. Like, there's a lot of layers to this. Yeah. Doesn't change that the IPC should not impose their will on civilizations. If natives say no, then no means no. Reminds me of the treaty signed in Canada promising reconciliation with indigenous people, but things have not improved substantially for them. Right. And that's another thing too, is that it's interesting because things, I mean, unless something changes, things did improve for her planet. And obviously that still doesn't make the IPC like saviors or whatever, because they didn't have a choice. Like, there was literally no choice there. Like, but I hate that it makes me think. This story is very complex, right? She's a victim of the system perpetuating the system. It's a very tragic story. However, having this in a letter did not move me. I think I expected something else from this story. They tried to tell me instead of showing me more, and I was like, yeah, I understand the message. It makes a lot of sense, but I didn't want to find out like this. Personally, just because she had a hard life and was forced into a contract for survival doesn't excuse the IPC for continuing its colonization of planets. To me, it feels like she's disillusioned because she feels saved by the IPC rather than exploited. Yeah, no, that's kind of what I was trying to verbalize a little bit, is that, like, she didn't have a choice there. And seeing what was happening to her planet, I think seeing that from her perspective, like, she probably did feel like they saved her. But it kind of goes into the idea of, like, capitalism, where you're working for a job and, like, this job saved me. But, like, you know, and it quite literally does for some people. Like, some jobs can be absolutely life-changing and, like, save them. But, you know, that doesn't mean that you're not just a cog in their system that, you know, it's just, it does, they don't care about you. It's just business, basically. It's easier to tell a story on paper, and we're just supposed to take it for granted. This quest, it just upset me so much, yeah. To showcase her struggles just did not move me, unfortunately. I see Topaz as innately having good intentions. She just has blinders on to the times it doesn't work, but I think she does genuinely think the only way to help is this way, so that's why she's so steadfast with it. She lost the ability to think outside the box. Right. Didn't make me empathize with the IPC, it simply further contextualized the IPC just... Yeah, that is actually kind of what, like, it's making, I think that this reveal here, I understand Topaz as a character now. However, I still fucking hate the IPC. The IPC sucks because obviously they're taking advantage of planets and cities that are in dire need of help. And they're using it for their own benefit to make themselves a buck. But Topaz, like removing Topaz from that and seeing that, well, we had no choice. We were literally dying and like watching all these rich people leave and stuff. Like I see that from her perspective about how it does look like these people saved her. And like, I understand too that there are a lot of people who do feel that way about their jobs and about some corporations, but exactly, like she's got blinders on and she doesn't really see that her and her planet, like they were manipulated. She just didn't have that choice. So she was saved, but not in the, I care about you, so I'm going to save you way, I guess. I feel like I'm articulating it really weird, but... Like, she was a child and then grew up in the IPC, but what was going on behind the scenes? Too much of an unreliable narrative for me to ever think the IPC is doing something good. Yeah. I am definitely not saying that the IPC is good. Very cool look into how people try to survive in the circumstances they are handed. Yeah. She was a child when this happened. Children are impressionable, so as a child, she wasn't analyzing the potential agenda or motive of the IPC doing this. She just saw an organization willing to help. Right, exactly. The real question is, are the people of Jarilo-VI unhappy and struggling now that Cocolia is gone? I don't think they are. Sure, life is difficult, but they aren't starving. I think her youth was able to be exploited at the time as well. Like, I don't know how old she was, but it's implied she's young now. So all she knew was a supposed child was her people were dying. Then the IPC came and they weren't dying anymore. And to an impressionable mind, that's enough to convince her these people are obviously heroes. But I think her also joining this organization so young means she's never got much of a chance to learn to think for herself and just kind of absorb the IPC's idea. Yeah. Growing with a mindset, she would never have a reason to question it, which is concerning at how powerful the IPC is in the universe. Yeah, I was thinking that as well, is that she hasn't really questioned it. So, like, yeah, the influence there is... I mean, if anything, this quest has made me more disgusted with the IPC in general. Like, it is definitely... I feel like... Not finished with it, but I feel like almost its purpose is to showcase like how corrupt and awful the IPC is and how far, like, you know, like where, like basically how much they've done in general to other places besides Jarilo-VI. And it makes me wonder if that's going to come into play later. Like, I would love us to take down this organization. That would be amazing. Financial incentive behind her help just made me completely disregard any good intention she was showing. We're dropping in on a good time. Hey, Josh, how are you? How are we working through this quest with its complex perspectives? Oh, there's a lot. Like, there's a lot. Like, I am definitely... My brain is churning. You can relate it to real life, and it's not some black and white character being good or evil. I think this also lets people see from different perspectives of characters. Yeah, absolutely. They care about making sure that planets and people survive, not that they are happy. See, I don't know too much about like the paths and stuff, so. And she's worried about her inability to realize the IPC's exploitation of others due to brainwashing or just having grown up with this her entire life was the reason why I said she was a bit too much of a bootlicker for my taste. But I would love a follow-up quest with her. Would love for her to break free of the chains. Yeah, I mean, I need to finish this just to maybe like there's more to this in general, but I do think that it is similar to living with people who are bigots, living in a small town where you don't have access to maybe, I don't know, to learn or something. Obviously it's different with Topaz, right? Because she's traveling to different places, she's seeing different things, but she's still not changing her perspective. So, like the IPC must be extremely powerful because she is aware that this similar thing happened because it happened to her, but she's unable to empathize with other places that this is happening to, and she just sees it as them saving them. Like the IPC is, I don't know, like it's scary. Like that's fucking scary. We have to also remember that at the moment, Topaz isn't a struggling child whose planet is failing. She's now one of the richest people in the galaxy. Her home is a ship, right? Different perspectives are there. Right! I love having conversations like this because it's interesting to see everyone else's perspectives and kind of like, you know, say what mine is and then also hear what everyone else thinks, and it just, you know, it's great discussions to have. Showing how very similar the real situation is to how institutions don't always reflect the same ideologies, faith they are under. Right. I don't think the IPC has any prerogative to help anyone. They have the money to help, but why would they if they just lose assets? Like, if they go around helping everyone asking for nothing in return, they probably would run out of money. It's not amazing, but it's not horrible. I don't know. I feel like the way that they are presenting the IPC, especially with that one video that I watched, I don't remember if it was a trailer or what it was, but the way they are presenting the IPC in this game, it does remind me of like this really nasty, evil corporation that's taking advantage of people. Literally, just super, super rich, and they can do things to help, but they choose not to because it doesn't benefit them as a business. And I feel like maybe it's going to come into play later where we're going to take them down. That would be great. Because they don't seem, they just, I don't know. Like I said, this quest has really made me actually hate them quite a bit because of the way, like, people are being taken advantage of here. I guess where I trip up with Topaz is she's so convinced she's doing the right thing, but specifically when she takes control of the robots and turns them against the soldiers, she has no concern for their welfare then. Yeah, like, that is interesting because she says she sees them as helping, but I guess I don't know, like, yeah, I guess, I don't know, that is kind of written interestingly because obviously, like, she could talk to people, right? And kind of explain her perspective, but she chooses not to and goes immediately to violence. I feel like that might be like a writing error though. Until now, objectively unlikable. They wanted to move me into a certain direction, in my opinion. I love characters that are not traditionally likable, but I'm kind of sad that my first peek at her being relatable and having a rough background was this. Again, not a slander at the trope, because I think it's very interesting to see the complexities. No, that's absolutely fair. That's absolutely fair. I think it worked for me, but I mean, for me personally, it doesn't really matter how it's presented to me. Like, can just empathize just from hearing that background. I think a lot of it too has to do with, like, I don't know. It's hearing that she came from a place where her people were dying and seeing that the rich were able to survive because they were able to leave, and they just left all of the people who were not as well off as them. Like, that's devastating to hear. Like, I don't know. That just reminds me of a lot of stuff like today, obviously, where people just do not care about the marginalized folks. It's just so much like selfishness. And I don't know, when you feel like you don't have a choice, like, what can you do? If like that is the perspective they're trying to give us, I guess. I don't know. IPC is not good or evil. Saying IPC is evil is like saying a country is evil. Huh? They're a big corporation. Like, they don't care about people. What? It's a huge capitalist conglomerate, right? The thought process could be she thinks the resistors are expendable for the greater good, but I don't know if I like that. Yeah, I don't know. Comes to how she views planets who don't immediately say yes, which is likely what she's been trained to do. True. Man, it's a while. This is the first time that I've seen so much contention with a character in Honkai Star Rail. It seems like, yeah, it really does seem like people either really, really like her or they really, really don't like her. Like, it doesn't seem like there is an in-between. It kind of reminds me of Wander a little bit, where people really fucking hate him or people really love him. It's very interesting. If they don't care about people, why would they help Belobog in the first place? Because it's for their own benefit. They've made that clear in this quest so far. It's not because they give a shit about people, it's because they care about their own benefit. Huh? Yeah, the IPC as a whole, right. IPC, no, not a fan of them, and I hope that we take them down. No, I think my issue is with the IPC. This isn't me saying that individual characters are the problem here. It is the idea that a huge corporation is able to do something like that, is able to have the ability to control other places for their own benefit. Until proven otherwise, they are doing things for their own benefit, not because they actually give a shit about people. And that isn't me saying that it's like I didn't say anything about Dr. Ratio. Like, he's his own character. She's more than what she seems. Right, exactly. Okay, sorry, I should continue, but good discussions. Oh my god, so good. I gotta finish this. But so far, I really like how much it's making me think. It's making me think a lot. It's really making my brain juice, you know, simmer. I think so too. She has a way with words. She's a smooth talker, but that doesn't mean she's telling the truth. She has a way with words.
Yes, she is a high-ranking member of the IPC, after all. She knows how to use words to her advantage.
Ooh, that's true. I mean, she could be fucking with
In any
us.
case,
I don't know.
she wasn't wrong when she said this would be an extremely difficult decision. This planet's fate, the civilization it carries, everything that's happened here and everything that will happen, it all rests in my hands. This definitely can't, and shouldn't, be a decision made by me alone. That thought has crossed my mind, and it comforts me to hear you say that.
Right. I don't think it's fair for you to carry the weight alone. Why not discuss it with others first?
Topaz hasn't given me much time to consider. She wants me to decide as soon as possible. I wanted to put it to a vote, and let all the citizens of both the Overworld and the Underworld have their say. But with such little time, I'm afraid that's a lost cause. I'll convene the Klapoth Fort architects immediately to discuss the contract. As for the locals, I'd like you to gauge their stance on the matter. The people of Belobog hold both of you in high regard. They'll most certainly be willing to tell you their thoughts.
I think we should leave this matter to the Belobogians.
I had to see what they were gonna say.
Don't you agree? We've got your back. We failed to convince Topaz, but this should be a piece of cake.
Thank you, March. I'll assemble the ministers. Let's meet up here again later.
All right. If we want to make an informed decision, we need to hear from both the Overworld and the Underworld, right? Let's start with the Overworld.
Do I have the hard stop today? Not really. Well, I guess kinda, not, well, I don't know. I don't want it to be like super, super late. But, I at the very least want to finish this and then maybe start the next one. I will have to take a break though, maybe like in 30, 45 minutes to go and start dinner. I'm catching up here. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a sales tactic. Like, ooh, if you want this super amazing deal, we can only offer it today. It's like, no, you can't. So yeah, I agree that that's definitely a red flag. Like, excuse me? Why are you putting this humongous decision? Like, why are you only leaving me one day to do it?
We've got your back. We failed to convince Topaz, but this should be a piece of cake.
Thank you, March. I'll assemble the ministers. Let's meet up here again later.
Sorry, I didn't want to crunch in the mic. Yeah. It does seem like it's very interestingly timed for sure. Like they definitely timed it to
We
be
meet again.
this way. It's
How have you two been?
very manipulative.
Uh-oh. That look on your face tells me something's wrong. I hope it's nothing too serious.
We need your opinion on an important matter.
Sounds serious. I'm all ears. Really? You better not be making things up. I wish it were made up. Unfortunately, it's all true.
We don't have much time, Pela. Branya wants to get everyone's opinion.
Wait, you're telling me I have to make this huge decision on the spot? At least give me a few seconds to think it over. Okay, I think I've got it. If it were up to me, I'd probably agree to the IPC's conditions.
Jeez.
Huh. Okay. Any particular reason?
I've looked at some of the climate reports, and based on the data I've seen, it'll take 3 or 4 more generations for the snow to completely subside. And that's assuming no other disasters occur. I care more about those in the present than a future I can't be sure of. If the IPC is able to bring about immediate change, then I think that's a price well worth paying. Building a better world for future generations sounds great, right? But is it any fun for the engineers and architects who are directly involved in such a pursuit?
Wow.
I see. So, compared to a distant and uncertain future, what you really care about is making sure the people around you have a good life. Thanks for your input. I'll make a note of your opinion.
This is a very, very wild quest to me. Like, it's very heavy. Like, heavy as in, like, it's just, I don't know, it's a lot of really hard decisions and a lot of themes that are really, I don't know, it's very, very complicated, especially now learning about the origin of Topaz in general.
Well, look who we have here! You and Marge paying us a visit. What's the occasion? Uh-oh, sounds like something serious is happening. You'd better fill me in. What? How is that possible? I need a moment to wrap my head around this.
Serval, we're racing against the clock. No time for head wrapping.
It's okay. I've thought it through.
Wow.
If it were up to me, I'd sign the contract.
What? Hold on, are you serious? I thought you'd be against it for sure.
Surprised? My reasons are pretty simple. Signing this contract would mean we no longer have to worry about surviving. For most of the residents here, especially those in the Underworld, that would be more than enough to persuade them. As for working for the company, people need to work no matter where they are, right? If the IPC tries to take too many liberties, we can always rise up against them. You know, I've always longed for the stars since I was a child, which is why I devoted myself to science and the studying of the Stellaron. If someone told me that I could do whatever research I wanted with only a small price to pay, I probably wouldn't hesitate.
I see. I suppose that makes sense. Thanks for your input. I'll make a note of your opinion.
Yeah, oh man. I was thinking that Serval would say no too, but I mean, it's interesting because she's just like, yeah, like this is literally our survival, and I mean, we can always protest later. That's true. We can always protest later if it works. I am feeling it. I am also feeling very conflicted because because I think about the conversation that Topaz had with Svarog in the very beginning, and it was so uncomfortable, and she was so, like, she was, like, smirking, like, she was and, like, I think about that, and, like, that was super, super uncomfortable. And then learning about where she, like, her origin story, about where she came from, it's like, okay, all right, understand that you are this way because you're essentially a victim of, like, the system. Like, you were a victim as well. However, why are you, has she just become completely desensitized? Like, how many times has she done this? She's been working there since at the IPC and doing this collecting since she was a child. How many years has it been? Like, I don't know. I just have a lot of questions in general. I wonder if they'll actually be answered, and just to understand her more about, like, her mannerisms, I guess. But my bottom line for me, this won't change at all, is I fucking hate the IPC. The IPC, like, they're terrible. Just wanting the safety and security for their loved ones, yeah. I'm good, how are you? Hey Camillo, if I were in Bronya's position, would you sign the contract? I think that I would do something similar to what we're doing right now, and I wouldn't just make the decision on my own. I would be hearing from the people and how everyone feels about this. Like, I feel like making the decision just based off of my own feelings and not listening to everyone else is not great. Like, I'm glad that we're going this route and we are listening to other people. Although I hate the fact that it has to be a timed response. Like, we only have a day to do it because obviously this is a huge decision. I love Honkai Star Rail. I've been playing Genshin since launch. But I kind of fell off a little bit, and I still play, but I don't play as often as I used to. But Honkai Star Rail, I'm really enjoying right now. Okay, I need to talk to the other people. Where's the other person? I guess we just teleport. Oh, we're talking to
Is that the Trailblazers?
Dune? I forget
It's
how
been
to
a
pronounce his
while.
name.
I didn't think you'd be back in Belobog so soon. It's been pretty hectic in the city lately. All these people dressed in black suddenly showed up, and even the Silvermane guards have had trouble dealing with them.
We need your opinion on an important matter.
You need my opinion? I'm happy to help. So that's who they are. It's worse than I imagined. The Madam Guardian must be under a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Is there really nothing we can do to assist her?
We're here to gather everyone's opinion on the matter. I know this is a little sudden, but we're running out of time. What's your take?
Why, I'd refuse the contract, of course. There is no room for compromise. Just look at them. Arrogant, stomping around here as if they own the place. How can such people be trusted? Who's to say they won't breach the contract? Faced with this sort of coercion, we must resist them with all our might. Surrendering is not an option. You must warn the Madam Guardian not to allow herself to fall into their trap.
A soldier's perspective is always valuable, Dun. Thanks for your input. I'll make a note of your opinion.
Damn, that's something I didn't think about either, because
did we
what
miss
if,
anyone
yeah,
in
we do
Overworld?
the thing,
I think
and
we
they
asked
just fuck us
about
over
everyone
anyway.
we needed to.
Like,
From what I've gathered,
hold on, I just have to finish my
most people
sentence.
in the overworld are leaning towards signing the IPC's contract.
Going back to Topaz's planet, like, sure, everything was fine and everybody survived, but they ended up essentially being, like, you know, having to work for the IPC. Like, what other effects did that have besides them, like, surviving? Like, there's also that thought. But I mean, it is the idea of, like, they also didn't have anything at their, what's the word? They didn't have any resources to help them fight against the IPC, like the people of Belobog well, I guess not really, because they've already said that the technology that the IPC that they have is better than what Belobog has. So I was gonna say they have the ability to kind of like have an uprisal. They can uprise. Sorry, my sentence forming today is like terrible. But they could do that, but they would still obviously be undermined. Y'all know what I'm saying. All right. From what I've gathered, it seems like most people on the Overworld are leaning towards signing the IPC's contract.
We'd better hurry to the Underworld and see what Natasha and Zila make of it all.
Yeah, because Dunn says that, well, we can fight against them, but it's already been established, like, in the beginning that there was, like, according to Svarog, there was, like, a 98% chance that they would fail. So it would lead to their demise anyway. So once again, like, an impossible decision. The thing about this quest I liked is that it highlights that, yes, it's easy to point out what would be the more idealistic choice would be, but there are times where sticking to idealism doesn't seem like the best or most attractive option to people who are going through difficult times. Right, exactly. And it is completely based off of different perspectives, because for a lot of people, like, they just want to survive. It's kind of like, maybe this isn't a good comparison. I was thinking about, like, people who take medication that has, like, severe, what do you call it? Severe, like I said, not the exact same thing, but, like, I think about people who take medication for certain things to help them, even though the side effects are, like, really bad, right? I don't know, I guess in a way a little similar to kind of like making that decision, well, I need this to be better even if I have these terrible side effects, I guess. I don't know. But not everybody is like that. Well, they will survive, but who knows how much work the IPC will put them through. Like, instead of dying from the cold, they would die from exhaustion. That too. Many could do well in working for the IPC, especially if given the resources, but when is it not about paying off a debt? And what about those can't work? What happens? Yeah. And then how low would it take to pay off the debt? 100 years, 1,000 years? It has such high interest rates, it can never be paid off, and they're forever enslaved. Yeah. It's like a student loan where you originally borrowed 90K and so far have paid off 110K, but still have 40K left. Well, exactly. I mean, we've had discussions in here too about, like, how predatory college can be in regards to student loans. Like, it is similar for sure. Like, well, you know, the only way that I can go to college is if I get a loan. But, you know, most of the time, in most cases, if you are unable to find a job later on, like, they're
needs hard
or if you do find a job, like, your student loans are so high, you're going to be paying for years and years and years, even if you do secure a job from your degree. It's like this, it's similar. Yeah, I think it's very nuanced. Absolutely.
Long face.
We need your opinion on an important matter.
Seems a little out of the blue, but since you came all this way, it must be urgent. Go ahead.
I'm feeling that way too. I'm feeling a little stressed. I'm like, wow, this is a lot.
That is a lot
Holy
of information
shit.
to take in. Sorry, both of you. I know you're in a hurry, but I need a moment to think.
No stress,
No,
Nat.
my
Just tell
palms
us
are
what you
sweaty.
really think.
Mom's spaghetti. Like, not even kidding. Like, I'm
thought
actually
about
going
it,
through right
and-
now. This is a lot.
Well, if I were Branya, I wouldn't sign it. I won't deny the offer on the table is a very tempting one. And if we refuse, Belobog will not only have the burden of a huge debt, we may also incite the wrath of a very powerful force.
Oh my god, there's that too. Because if they
Even
say
so,
no, then
quote I read back in school
the
came
big ass
to me
corporation
just
might
now.
come for them anyway.
Those who are willing to give up freedom for security will end up with neither. Living in the Underworld has taught me that this phrase is true. I'd rather trek through the frigid snow plains than live in a beautiful cage.
You know what?
Wow.
This coming
That's
from
a pretty
Natasha makes so
convincing
much sense too.
Another vote for the against pile. Thanks for your insight, Nat.
Excuse me. Yeah, no, that was I loved hearing from Nat. That was fantastic. I'd rather die fighting for my basic rights as a living person than survive as someone's pet. Being alive is not the same as living. However, Bronya's position sucks because she has to think about both the people who want to live free versus those who just want to survive. She can't possibly make a decision that everyone's going to be happy with. So regardless, their world is going to be split between those two choices. Absolutely, absolutely. Those with money and power would use that to help the less fortunate pick themselves up, but ultimate power and money corrupts, and then we'd be at the whims of what they decide is right or wrong. Can easily decide to revoke it. Right. Yeah. And like that's another thing too. Like I once again, it's obviously not the same exact thing, but like a trigger warning really quick to talk about like cancer. So I'm just gonna give people like a moment. I guess I'll do this when I'm done talking about it, but I feel like I have to like just from a different perspective, I guess.
Let's go.
Okay, so I remember that when my dad, when he got his cancer diagnosis, I wanted so badly for him to continue with treatments. My dad had already did chemotherapy, and it was awful for him. Like it was like it obviously helped, but it was like awful. The side effects were awful for him, and even after, like when the chemotherapy stopped working effectively, the doctor was like, well, we can try this new thing. And I really wanted my dad to go through with it because I wanted my dad to obviously still be here for as long as possible. But my dad was adamant and not wanting to go through something new that the doctors hadn't really, like, you know, I guess had a lot of patients go through. Like he was adamant about not wanting to do it, and I didn't understand it because I was like, why would you like not want to do this, I guess. And I remember he kind of talked to me about it, and he was just like, I want to live my life like without dealing with like these side effects and stuff. Like I don't like, what's the point of me still living if I'm living super unhappily, I guess. And I'm just sick all the time. And I don't know, like obviously once again, not the same exact thing, but like I think it's kind of similar in that, like, yeah, exactly, like what's the point of surviving if it's not a survival that gives you like some kind of like, that isn't you living, I guess, if that makes sense. And I can absolutely see that perspective. There's so many different things here, and like seeing that perspective, especially from like the Underworld, where they had to like live this way, and like they, you know, it's just, I don't know, this is so interesting. There's like so many different things at play here, and there's so many different perspectives, and like there's so many things to think about, and Bronya has to make, like, yeah, like a terrible decision because, you know, obviously, I feel like, and I don't know if she'll make the, like, what choice she'll make, but I do feel like she's probably going to ultimately go with whatever has her people surviving. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot to think about. All right, I'm done talking about that subject. Hey, Alex, how are you? Good to see you. Decision at a moment that I couldn't ever feel comfortable making given all the time in the world. Right, exactly, Pidge. Tired cancer doctor at an airport once when my flight got delayed and he had interesting insight he dealt with in the past, and I think about it every now and then. Oh my god, Pickle, can you like DM that to me? I've been good. How are you?
None other than the saviors of Belobog. To what do I owe the pleasure? To be honest, I'm surprised you even remembered an old geezer like me. But I can tell by the look on your faces you're probably not dropping by to say hi.
Yeah, and I think it's so tough too, because obviously, like, I understand to this day like what that meant, but at the same time, like, as somebody who was just like, why don't you want to try? Like, and maybe that says something about me as a person in that, like, I want to be here. I mean, I guess, like, different circumstances, obviously, but, you know, it's such an interesting topic and something interesting to discuss because everybody does have a different perspective on what it means to live, I guess, or what it means to live. Like, you know, you can, or survive. I don't know. Y'all would know what I mean, right? Getting emotional over 14. Oh, nice. It's actually reminding me a bit of Ratio's commentary about the default system of society being the lesser folk having to depend on the superiors, and many just taking for granted that they have to rely on those more powerful than themselves to decide how they'll be able to live forever, and never learning they can rely on themselves. The context is different, but at least in my mind there's a correlation. No, I absolutely understand. Rise positioned not to such a grand scale, but recently, and it felt big to me because of how close to home it was. It's not easy to make. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling too. Like, it's such a huge decision, and it's not even just about you. It's about somebody else, like, you know, thousands of people. So, yeah, exactly. No, I do believe I agree that that's absolutely correlated. There is a correlation there, so. Okay, we need your opinion on important matter.
Let me guess. Something to do with these unruly people in black showing up everywhere? Well, ask away. It just so happens I'm curious about them myself.
Our favorite ventriloquist is back.
Some help. I see. That's a tricky situation, all right. A lot for anyone to handle.
I'm saying!
Someone as young as Lady Bronya.
Like, what the fuck is this?
Mr. Oleg, out of all the people we know in Belobog, you have the most life experience. What do you think we should do?
Want to hear the truth? I'm afraid great ambitions and lofty plans no longer hold much appeal for an old-timer like me. If this IPC does indeed possess the magical power to restore Belobog back to its former self overnight, then I think the answer is clear. Have you considered the opposite? What about if we refuse? The reconstruction plan already sounds like an endless endeavor, and with the added burden of a massive debt, well, is that something we can manage on our own? What worries me the most is how Lady Bronya will handle the backlash from her people. Will she be able to withstand the criticism? Is she prepared to carry the weight of a tarnished reputation for years to come?
Bronya, the last Supreme Guardian. I think she can handle a little criticism. I think she can.
I think
but...
so too, but could you imagine having to hear names? Like the traitorous ruler for the rest of your life? Thank you for your thoughts, Mr. Oleg. Another vote for the 4 pile.
Man. Everyone has different things that make it worth for them to stay alive, different things they're willing to put up with, different things they're willing to do or stand up for, and that's why this decision is so hard, because Bronya is asked to make a choice that will affect everyone currently alive and all future generations. Exactly. And she just got into this position of Supreme Guardian too. It's like, man, what the fuck is this? Wow. Lots of thinking. Lots of thoughts. Girl, I just got here, right? This is like when somebody comes into the stream and they start asking me like really important questions, like, or questions that I have absolutely no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like when people be like, what kind of build should I do for so-and-so? Or have you heard of the blah, and I'm like, I'm new here. No idea what you just asked me. No idea who that even is.
Miss March,
I'm new here.
Sister, what brings you to the Underworld?
Hey there, Clara. Is Svarog not around?
Mr. Svarog went out for a walk with a lady called Topaz.
Oh?
What? Topaz? Do you know where they went?
I'm not sure, but Mr. Svarog promised he'd be back soon.
What now? Svarog's super logical. We should definitely get his opinion.
At least Clara's here. Clara's opinion is just as important. Yes.
True. Don Hung's always saying that Clara's really insightful for her age.
Huh? Miss March, do you want to ask me something?
We are not asking Clara about this. What's she gonna say? She's just a baby. But she's really wise though, so.
That's complicated. I don't know what to say.
It's all right, Clara. No pressure. Just tell us how you feel about it.
I think if we have a choice for the future, it should be everyone's decision. Because when I was playing with Hook, the moles, and the other kids, we talked about our dreams. Everyone has different dreams. If we accept Miss Topaz's offer, then doesn't that mean our dreams will never come true?
Oh my god.
Just taking away people's dreams like that. I don't know. It feels wrong.
You're right. Children see the world as a place where anything is possible. Just the thought of our lives being predestined from birth makes me shiver. Thanks, Clara. Your thoughts mean a lot to us.
Man, this is so much. I'm like overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Holy shit.
All that running around has worn me out. So, the final conclusion is... the votes are completely even. I don't know what to do. Both sides have really compelling arguments.
Okay, there's still one person left to ask. Only Bronya can make the final call. One person.
Oh, right! We haven't asked Zila. She's probably still in the Great Mine helping the miners. Come on, let's get going.
I'm almost dead anyway, it's fine. What? I'm glad they consider Clara because a lot of the time children and teens are excluded from narratives like these because people forget that this is their future too. Yeah. No, I'm gonna go do it now. But I just need to chop up stuff, so. Yeah, like 5 or 6 cloves of garlic. Yeah, yep. Yeah, and then I'll go in there and throw everything in. if you wanna chop up stuff. I'm sorry. That's from the fruit roll-up thingy. Claire said, I'm for the future generations. Fuck them old people, 30-year-olds. It's time for you to learn about the world of capitalism. Who's to say they get to even stay on Belobog? What if they get shipped off to who knows where? Right. What kind of build should I do for my character named so-and-so? Okay, where is this way?
Back so soon? Any news? Are you feeling all right? You look a little uneasy.
We need your opinion on important matter.
Important matter, huh? I can tell from your tone that this isn't gonna be a lighthearted chat. But I'm ready to hear it. I think I get it. At first, I thought it was just a few IPC ruffians overstepping their boundaries.
Yeah, you didn't think the future of Belobog was at stake, right?
Right. I need a little time to process this.
As it stands, the votes are even. Your opinion will make all the difference.
In that case, I abstain.
I abstain?
What?
Your vote is extremely important. You have to shoulder this responsibility. I mean, I'm just gonna say it's extremely important.
I thought about it. This responsibility rests on Bronya's shoulders, not mine. No matter the choice she makes, she has far greater foresight than I do. She can see the bigger picture more clearly than I can. The vote is tied. If I were to give you my view, it would tip the scales and possibly impact her final choice. I'll respect whatever decision she makes, but it's not my place to make it for her.
Understood, Zila. This is a difficult decision to make, and everyone feels differently about it. It's times like these that a leader must stand up and do what's needed.
Right. It's Bronya's decision. She knows what's at stake. She won't run away from her duty. I trust her wholeheartedly. If she asks you, just let her know my reasoning. She'll understand.
Well, it's all in Bronya's hands now. She has to make the final call.
She plays a crucial role on this world. Do you trust her judgment?
Right? I'm glad Belobog has someone like her in charge. The time has come. Let's go fill her in. I'm curious to see how she's handling those Klapoth ministers.
Y'all, my hands are literally sweating. Bronya's shotgunning scotch in her office, right? Right. Like, my hands are actually sweating. Like, what the fuck? I don't think any Hoyoverse quest has made my hands sweat like this. Don't tell me follow the, wait. I don't know my home, the only place I've ever known. If I get the chance, I'd love to see the world out there, but definitely not right now. Okay, this is not... Let me go. Let me get out of here.
Hard work needs hard rest.
Zila wanted to be like, no contract, let's beat them up. And then she was like, never mind, I trust my girlfriend more than my Ares energy. You haven't made the companion. Oh, the companion quests are all like this? Hello?
Whoa, the fort's packed. I've never seen this many people here before. Oh, jeez, I can barely even hear myself think.
Oh my god, the beep. Oh my god. No, she was shotgunning scotch. Look, she literally has a headache. Oh my god.
March, you're back. So, what's the verdict?
She has a migraine.
What do people think?
Right.
We talked to people in both the overworld and the underworld. The final result was a tie.
I see. I suppose everyone has their own way of seeing things. I can't say I'm surprised. What was Zila's perspective on the matter?
What did my girlfriend say? She's behind you, whatever you decide.
I should have known. That sounds like Zila, all right.
Did you come to a conclusion with the ministers? Oh, it's so loud I can't tell what anyone's saying.
It's pretty much the same situation here. Neither party is willing to compromise. The time has come to make a decision. This chaos cannot be allowed to continue any longer.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Like, I'm playing a video game right now, but I feel like I'm gonna vomit. I'm so stressed.
Enough! All of you! I know what to do.
Wait!
Himiko?
I have something to say to the Supreme Guardian.
But aren't you?
Himeko? Wait, is that the real you or a hologram?
It's the real me, March. Real as they come.
Miss Himiko, from the Astral Express? It's an honor. Thank you for all your help in our previous campaign. Things might have turned out differently without your support. If we had known of your arrival beforehand, the architects would have given you a proper welcome. I'm afraid the current circumstances are quite exceptional.
I understand, Miss Rania. No need to explain. Your city is facing immense difficulties. My intention is simply to ensure that you have all the relevant intel.
Do you have a solution, Himiko? Couldn't you have you come a bit sooner?
I hesitate to call it a solution, but I might have some information that might help. It is my hope that with this information, you will be better equipped as the Supreme Guardian to make a wise and informed decision.
Information? Please, tell me what you know, Miss Himiko.
I happen to have a friend with knowledge of Topaz. What Topaz said about her home world is indeed true, which is why she believes that the IPC's takeover of Belobog is the only way of ensuring the city's survival. But there is one thing she intentionally left out. Not all worlds that have accepted the IPC's terms have been saved.
Yeah.
You mean...
Performing
I
ecological
figured
reconstruction on a planet carries inevitable risks. According to the intel provided by my friend, the success rate for the ecological reconstruction of worlds using the IPC's technology is 63%.
Only 63% of planets succeed?
Ooh, and that was
That's not exactly
left
comforting.
out.
This is the overall average across all IPC projects. The success rate of projects personally handled by Topaz is above 80%. She's undoubtedly one of the most capable people in her field. I wanted to bring these numbers, these probabilities, to light. I think it's only fair that you know all the facts before making a decision. Ultimately, it's up to you, Supreme Guardian, to make the final call.
I understand. Thank you, Miss Himiko.
This cannot be real.
This information is of great help. Regardless of how alluring their promises may be, this contract is nothing more than a gamble. As a leader, I cannot let the future of Belobog hinge on a roll of the dice.
It doesn't ensure their survival at all, so...
Now that you've decided, I don't have to pretend to be impartial anymore. I think you're making the right choice, Branya.
Astro friends, I have an idea, but for it to work, I'll need everyone's cooperation. I need some time to rally all the residents in the city, and then I'll meet with Topaz again. Please locate her for me. It doesn't matter where she is or what she's doing. And if the IPC is still trying to take over Belobog's assets, I ask that you do everything in your power to stop them.
They're out here still trying to do that. Like, what?
We'll find her. It won't be easy dealing with her, but these two will help me get the job done.
Belobog's future is not for sale. And we'll never forget the friends who stood by us in our time of need. Not once, but twice. Stay safe, everyone.
So, Topaz left that information out, didn't she? She didn't say, well, by the way, it doesn't actually ensure that your people will survive. It doesn't ensure that. Like, she left that out. She didn't say that. Like, I think that would have made a huge difference. Wait, did she? Did she say that it's not going to ensure that... Then after they choose, I'm like, okay, I didn't want to influence you, Slay, and you did the right thing. Anyways, I agree, right? Those are some good odds. Who's to say that what they plan to do wouldn't reawaken it or wouldn't work because specifically a Stellaron ruined the ecology? Yeah, she said it was their only hope. Oh, okay. She most likely had the belief that her 80% will be a guaranteed success, but a gamble is a gamble no matter what, right? Am I streaming when 2.0 comes out? Yes. Hiding it was on purpose for sure, right? Yeah, no. Hiding the not guaranteed is like, you know, going back to the weird comparison, like in my head that correlates. Right, exactly. Oh my God, Stara, I was literally just about to bring that up. I was just about to bring up the medication thing because, you know, they state with medications and side effects, there's, you know, there is a chance for you to blah, 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 blah. You know, you take this medication, there's a, like, for instance, there was a rare chance that my hair was gonna fucking fall out when I took my ADHD medication. I took that gamble because it's rare, but my hair started falling out. So what am I doing? I'm not taking my ADHD medication anymore because it's not worth it for me at this moment in time. Weird correlation. That's how my brain is, you know, processing what's happening right now. And they can be really detrimental, right? Like it can literally ruin your quality of life, taking medication. Like, yes, it will help you with X, Y, and Z, and maybe even ensure your survival or whatever for certain things. Like, does my ADHD medication change my life positively in a significant way? absolutely. I have been struggling with certain things, not being on my medication. However, my mental health has been in the absolute dumpster because of my hair loss stuff. So, yeah, very, once again, maybe a weird correlation, but thinking. No, I'm coming right now to do it. What did you, well, I guess I was gonna ask Effigy when I start on my phone. So Lorie and Deepa now have a short, aw, Pickle, thank you. No, don't apologize. Everyone posture. Oh shoot, this is so intense. Sometimes it's, right, I love this game. I love this game a whole lot. Oh my God, I love this game. We can talk, Japard, and share your reports with the crew. Yes, Lady Branya. The more details, the better. Did you have a fight? Please do not listen to streams about prospective prescription recommendations. Please talk to your doctor. I'm not telling people to not take their medication. I'm literally saying that I am not taking my medication as per talking to my doctor because of my side effects. This is not telling people to not take their medicine without consulting with their doctor. It's sharing my personal experiences. My goodness.
Japard should be waiting for us in Rivet Town, right? Here we go again. Back to our old stomping grounds for another adventure.
Okay, head to Boulder Town and speak with Japard. My goodness, my goodness.
Work needs hard rest.
Interpretation is dead. Like, what the heck? Right, like, what? I literally tell people when it's break time to take their like. Okay, all right. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break because I need to start dinner, y'all. Let me go take a break. Like this quest is already stressing me out. Speaking of hair loss, my hair's about to fall out from this quest. I have to make jokes, y'all. I have to make jokes about my alopecia, or else I'm gonna go through it. Anyway, feel free to get up, stretch, use the restroom, do what you need to do, take some time to yourself, and we'll be back in a few once I start dinner, and we will continue with what's happening here. This is a lot. Holy crap! I can't get over this quest. This is something else. Whew. Okay, let me put up all of our stuff, and then we'll be right back. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Wait, where the heck is? I always lose this one. Okay. Anyway, be right back, y'all. I'm also gonna wait. Did we replay ads? Okay, there we go. Okay, be right back. Spaghettis. Oh, not me having book brain worms when they are here. That's similar to how certain people feel about Dolce not being here as well. Thank you so much. What's the poll? Who do you want to see forced to take a road trip together? March and Locha, Danhung and Hook, Pom Pom and Fushuan, Himiko and Serval, Jingyuan and Sampo? Okay, I voted. Hi, Ice Knight, how are you? Hello. Sorry, I'm just catching up here. Deepot, thank you for gifting to Ice Knight. Sorry, I'm just, I was catching up on chat. Okay, so one thing that I want to say before we move on from this is, when I was sharing my experiences about my ADHD medication, that was in reference to how I felt about the chances. Like, I was making a comparison there, and if there are anyone that's new here, if you are new here, I am a big advocate of mental health because I have gone through mental health struggles throughout my entire life, like literally since I was like a preteen. And one thing that I always have stressed whenever I do talk about mental health, I've always said this, I am not a professional, I am not a doctor. These are just my personal experiences, and everything that I do in regards to my health, I am privileged enough to have a doctor, a psychiatrist, a therapist. So every decision that I make when it comes to my health is after I have spoken to my doctor or my therapist or my psychiatrist. And I always tell people I am not a medical professional. But me sharing my experience with also like telling people, like talking about mental health in general, like this is not me ever telling anyone to do something because I did it without talking to your doctor. You should never, yes, I agree that you shouldn't ever take the advice of somebody who does not have a background in that specific thing when it comes to medical stuff. I've always stressed that. Me talking about my personal experience with the advice from my doctor and the okay from my doctor is not me telling you to do the same thing as me. Comprehension is everything. And I have never once, in all of my time that I have talked about mental health, I have never done that. And I have always stressed the importance of understanding that I am not a medical professional and that you should always discuss things with a professional when it comes to your health. Always. And I understand too that medical advice and whatnot, that is a privilege. I am privileged enough to be able to have that. It's not always a privilege for people are not always privileged enough to be able to afford having a psychiatrist or a doctor or a therapist. I understand that, but still, I would never tell anyone to do something because I did it, because I am not a doctor and I have no idea. I have no idea about any of that stuff because I don't do anything there. But I do share my personal experiences because I know there are people out there who are suffering from the same things as me. So it is an attempt to have people understand that they're not alone in the struggles that they're going through. So hopefully that clarifies any issues here that people have or misunderstood what I was trying to portray. I'm not always the best at articulating things. I think it's just because my brain is like, it's a little wonky in how I articulate. Like, I'm not like the best public speaker. I do my best. So sometimes things don't always come out like in the most eloquent way. But I always do try to tell people that was expressed really weird. I can try and clarify if anybody has any questions. So I hope that does make sense. And you will never ever hear me telling somebody to make a choice with their health based on my advice, because I'm not going to give medical advice because I am not a doctor and I'm not a psychiatrist. But I will always share my personal experiences in hopes that if anyone is going through something similar, that they don't feel alone, because I felt alone growing up a lot with the things that I struggled with when it came to mental health. And it was very, very nice to eventually find people who were also going through certain things as me and to talk about their experiences so it wasn't so taboo. So hopefully, once again, that clarifies things. And yeah. I will be coming to you for spaghetti advice. I'm happy to give spaghetti advice, yes. It's also important to remember that content creators are just human beings. Sometimes they share their personal experiences. That doesn't mean they want to directly influence you or anything. It's important to have your own experiences, have critical thinking, and have multiple, if possible, professional opinions. Exactly. And that is why I always try to stress as many times as I can when I can remember. Because a lot of people who are in this community can also vouch for the fact that I have said in the past that I am not a professional, I'm not a doctor, and this is just based off of my personal experiences. I've always tried to stress that because I don't want my words to ever influence someone, because I know there is the possibility of that. But at the same time, I also know there is the possibility that somebody is feeling alone and they can hear me and they can be like, I'm going through the same thing, and it's nice that I am not alone in that. But I will never, ever tell somebody to do something based off of what I have done. Like, because I'm not a professional. Thank you so much, Faius, for sharing that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I've recently become Mars-struck. Tears of Themis fan, that's me. I love Tears of Themis as well. Oh, I forgot that I had these things on the screen. Sorry, I'm like sitting here talking about this stuff, and then we have Invisible Guitar Lady. Sorry. Okay. Anyway. Thank y'all for listening. I appreciate it. At least the Let's Go didn't pop up during that. Right, exactly. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. Also, if we're really strict about certain topics that are triggering, I want to remember people that there's no possible way to trigger warn in Twitch chat. We have almost 400 people watching. We can't let them be exposed to subjects that might trigger them. Exactly. Which is why when I was talking about the example that I had earlier, I told people trigger warning. I gave them a few minutes. Twitch chat, unfortunately, we can't do that. So I understand that people want to talk about certain topics, but it is like there is no way on Twitch chat to spoiler or, you know, warn people without people reading, especially the mods, since the mods are having to read everything to make sure that things are good. So please do not do that. If you want to add to this conversation though, and you do want to talk about things that are possibly triggering, like in context with this quest, and your perspective or something that you've experienced, then I do recommend joining the Discord and making sure to trigger warn, spoiler tag if it is in relation to this quest. Please don't just randomly drop bombs in there, especially if you're brand new. But I understand wanting to make certain like examples like I did earlier, to possibly portray your perspective of this quest. So just, but make sure that you always use trigger warnings in Discord so everyone is aware. Hey, Krez, how are you? Artem is your husband. No, he's mine as well. I love Artem. Oh, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. All right, we're gonna continue.
The Supreme Guardian has briefed me on the situation and asked that I assist you in locating Topaz. Ready to enter Rivet Town? We'll go in together when everyone is set.
Ready.
Keep your guards up. We might run into IPC agents ahead.
P3 reload comes with trigger. Yeah, Frosty told me that they added trigger warnings in P3 reload, which is fantastic. I love that they did that as well, because I don't think that happened with Persona 4 Golden, right? I don't think they did that. But I really appreciate that they did that in Persona 3. I haven't started playing it yet, but I'm really glad that that's a thing that they added. I guess I could have kept March, actually. Add.
If push comes to shove, I'm counting on you, Himeko.
Destination reached.
Wow, would you look at that? Huh. I never would have guessed it'd be here. But I don't see any mech or weapons. This place is completely surrounded by mountains. Surely they can't be.
Affirmative. The weapons are concealed within the towering rock formations.
No wonder we couldn't find the automaton factory. It was right under our noses all along. Wait a minute. You said these weapons have been hidden here from the very beginning? That means the architects of Jarilo-VI never used them in their fight against the Legion.
Correct. After the IPC departed from this world more than 700 years ago, no one has possessed the necessary knowledge for activating these weapons. The architects used the IPC blueprints to construct replica automatons. However, the overwhelming majority of the combatants, commanded by Elisa Rand, were human.
I see. The stories about this world are truly captivating.
I would like to ask you a question, Topaz.
You're awful polite for a big robot. Ask. Don't be shy.
If the IPC does not intervene, this world is doomed. Are you convinced of this conclusion beyond any doubt?
That's a good question. Let's see what she says.
Yes. I've gone through countless case studies, and they all point to the same conclusion. Any world that comes into contact with a Stellaron is doomed.
Girl.
On the surface, things may appear to be getting better since the Astral Express lent a helping hand. But sooner or later, the underlying problems will resurface. A looming crisis can often lie hidden beneath the illusion of prosperity, unnoticed by many.
Understood.
Understood. That's it? You don't have any thoughts on the matter?
Emotional readings indicate that your response is sincere and accurate. That is all I wish to confirm regarding this matter. While my opinion on the future of this planet may differ from yours, it ultimately holds no weight. I am merely a tool, not a decision maker.
Huh. If only my colleagues had the same self-awareness as you. Come on, Numby. We've got some assessing to do.
I went to go start dinner and my hands stopped sweating and now they're sweating again. Oh my god, this quest is something else.
Topaz disappeared after leaving Rivet Town. In her absence, her subordinates flooded in and took over.
The IPC soldiers are well equipped. It wouldn't be wise to fight them head on. Captain, what do you have in mind?
You're right, Miss Himeko. We'll be using the automaton stealth bomb to cover our tracks.
Automaton stealth bomb?
I'll explain later. Let's get moving.
Automaton stealth bomb. Palms sweaty, knees weak, mom's spaghetti. She generally thinks that 80% is guaranteed. I honestly have no idea. Like maybe, you know, girl math. Like, she's working with girl math. 80%, that means they're gonna be okay. A gamble's a gamble, right? Like, she is out here doing girl math. Bought some, ooh, pizza from Blaze. Heck yeah. Wait, where'd you get cookies? Oh, you got cookies from Gideon's? How long did you have to stand in line? P5 didn't have one and needed it, to be honest. Yes. You're right. I always forget that there were like a shit ton of triggers in P5. Like specifically in the beginning of the game. They absolutely did need a trigger warning in P5.
Look, down there! It's the IPC!
Keep noise to a minimum, everyone. We don't want to alert the enemy to our presence. It's time to deploy the automaton stealth bomb. Are you ready? Use the automaton stealth bomb to wipe out the IPC threats.
Cayenne cold brew, that sounds bomb. I want to go to Gideon's. I've actually never been to Gideon's myself.
Remember, try to avoid being noticed. Remaining hidden will increase our chances of success.
When controlling the automaton stealth bomb, press the attack button to trigger self-detonation and stun all enemies, and the attack radius to complete the challenge. But if the automaton fails to stun all its enemies at once, or is discovered by enemies, the challenge will be failed and written off. Try to avoid the enemy's line of sight, and you sprint to approach your enemies and take them all down at once. Okay. I did it.
Oh, wow! We wiped them all out in a single explosion! That's what you call efficiency!
It's a shame we had to resort to this method, but we had no choice.
You
We're just a
Silvermane
little
guards
crawly
sure are a
thing.
righteous bunch.
Wow.
I've seen standard issue robots like these before. It's an IPC field team leader.
Correct. The exterior is similar to the Grizzly, but its weapons and armor are more advanced. Hopefully the automaton stealth bomb will still be effective. Let me know when you're ready.
Way to be a downer, man. She's so funny. Yeah, I did finish the critter event. It was so cute. I loved it.
Are you ready? Use the automaton.
Ready.
Remember, try to...
I can't tell if... I guess it's turned around.
Woohoo! The coast is clear!
To be honest, I didn't think it would be so powerful. Good thing everything went according to plan.
Oh, it's the, oh, I can't go to it. Shoot. Wait, can I go to it from here? No? Okay, this is the wrong thing. It's the one where you make the cute little, Ron Mays creations. Have you warmed it at all to Dr. Retweet after the event? I actually think that I have. I think the...
This is the road that Topaz took when she left Rivet Town.
Well, the interlude. I think the interlude definitely
Let's find her.
changed my opinion on him for sure.
Decision.
Same with Ron May.
This
I had time to
time,
think about
the
it, and
gloves are
I do feel like my thoughts about them as characters have mellowed out for sure.
Svarog? Are you alright? I hope Topaz and her IPC henchmen didn't hurt you.
Greetings, outsiders. System functions are normal. I have had no conflict with the IPC's representatives.
I thought we might be facing off against each other for a moment.
Such a result would be highly undesirable. Topaz is ahead. She had the means to force me to comply with her orders, but chose not to. From her perspective, the only way to preserve Belobog is by incorporating it into the IPC. While I do not agree with her viewpoint, I lack the computational power to provide evidence to the contrary. While it is unlikely, I still encourage the avoidance of any potential conflicts.
Unlikely potential? Meaning there could still be conflicts.
Don't worry, March. The Express never pursues conflict as a first means. But if it comes down to it, we won't back down either. That's how it's always been.
Himiko's right. As long as we can look at ourselves in the mirror and know we did the right thing, that's all that matters.
Ron May is a villain, but I love you can play with morally incorrect characters. I'm not defending their actions, but is great. Not all of them get a redemption arc. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've always loved about Hoyoverse characters, too, is that, like, there are certain actions that the characters make that you might be uncomfortable with, but they still, like, showcase these characters in ways where it's like you understand their point of view. And, of course, there are some people that just don't like characters for their own personal reasons, which is totally fine. Or like characters because they're hot, that's also totally fine. But I really love the way that they write characters because they do such a good job at being like, this character isn't just black and white. Like, there's so much depth to all of these characters, really. So literally was like, objectively, the situation is terrible. I lack the information that could contradict her. If I disagree, we die. Yeah, but I do like too that he basically says too that, like, I can tell that you're being genuine, and I can tell that this is literally what you believe. Like, this is literally all that you know. Like, you feel like you are doing the right thing, and I don't have anything to contradict that. It's so interesting to me. As a STEMie myself, having two academics in the same patch was fun. That is so cool. Who's everyone's fave critter kitty? I liked, oh, what was the name? Right, I think it was Rice. Was it Rice Cake? It was the one that looks like, Don Hung, of course. Yeah, they're both morally gray and they're academics for different reasons, right? I have some news about Penacony. Rice dumpling, yes, I loved rice dumpling. Herta cake, yeah, you just got the Don Hung. They're so cute. He's just like, it doesn't look anything like me. They're so funny. They're so funny. Being able to send text messages to everybody too was so great. Like pictures of the little babies, so cute. Okay, this way. Oh.
Why would Topaz come here? Is she looking for something?
It's possible. Many mysteries lurk beneath the surface of this world.
I honestly don't know anything about Blade specifically besides what we know of the main story quest. When it comes to Kafka, though, I think she is... We don't know everything about her. At least, I don't think we know everything about her. I haven't done her companion
hey there,
quest,
Slow
so...
Folks. I was starting
hold
to
on.
think you weren't gonna show up. This lady next to Miss March looks oddly familiar.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Topaz. I'm Himiko, the Astral Express's navigator.
Oh, wow. I remember now. The illustrious Miss Himiko. Some of my colleagues dream about meeting you.
Himiko is that famous?
Of course! The Nameless have quite the reputation. You're following in the footsteps of the great Akavili, after all.
I'm pleased to see how well everyone's been getting along. Topaz, based on your greeting, I presume you have a good grasp of the current situation?
Of course! The deadline has already passed, but Branya still hasn't signed the contract. I think I can guess what's holding her back.
Please, don't misunderstand us, Miss Topaz. We have no intention of opposing the IPC or its board of directors, but we have very dear friends on Jarilo-VI. Standing idly by and watching them sign an unfair contract goes against everything the Nameless are about.
Miss Himeko, sorry for interrupting, but this doesn't sound like a negotiation.
We needn't waste our time, March. She made her decision 10 minutes ago.
There's no fooling the Astral Express. You're absolutely right. Differing views don't necessarily mean one person is right and the other is wrong. However, to keep things moving forward, there's usually only one solution.
Huh? What do you mean?
My superiors have granted me the approval I need.
Approval for what? Your vacation time has been approved? I'm gonna say it.
I wish. So many eager faces. I won't keep you in the dark any longer. Approval to launch an attack on the members of the Astral Express. The best kept secret to getting something over the line? Always be ready to turn the tables. Go, Numby. Projects under my wing have no room for error.
Wait. Wait. Wait, why did they have to make that look so cool? What the fuck?
Watch this awesome move!
Time to say bye. Boom.
You won't get away.
Stand still. Nap time.
Oh dear, capitalism attacks.
You can't run!
Yeah, the thing with me about Ron May is and like I've talked about it before, like how personal things that have affected you can affect how you see characters and how you relate to characters.
Time to say bye.
And Ron May basically having creations and then abandoning them because they weren't like the perfect creation. Like for me, that made me feel some type of way because I have struggled a lot in the past with my my mother feeling the same way about me. And obviously it's a different situation, but it is like it does kind of bring me back to that. And so that definitely bothered me a lot about Ranmei. I think overall she's an interesting character, but yeah, that whole thing stuck with me a lot. But that's because it's my own personal experiences.
You won't get away.
Not capitalism ate a bit.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control
Welcome
the
back,
heavens,
Fidge.
and I'm no exception.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Ooh, let me take this off of auto.
Time for a shot.
Stand still.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
May as well kill them all.
Even more. Start like her. I can't forgive her for leaving them. And all they do is love her. Yeah, that was my whole thing. But it was very personal for me. So I know that doesn't mean that she's a bad character or anything, or that like she's there isn't like a deeper thing there. That is just my personal experiences and how I related to her as a character.
Nap time.
Relax. I have something for you.
My turn.
My turn.
Here.
Time for a shot.
Cleo cooked with her. They made a woman in STEM and then said, now make her pinpoint everyone with parent pressure.
Stand still.
Time for an overhaul.
Words are hard. No, I understand. Oh, wait, we'll do this.
Good times never last. Time to say bye.
Dr. Aisha, because he's brought to every male coworker. Oh my god. Yeah, Fox, I felt that way about him too. Like it reminded me of my time in the gaming space when I was younger. Like
Try that again.
like the early internet days where I was just constantly told I was stupid or like mansplained to, and like obviously that's surface level for him as a character. Like obviously he's multifaceted and there's like more to him as a character, but like that was kind of affecting like my viewpoint of understanding him as a character in general because of my personal experiences with types of comments like that and whatnot. And got whelmed off, Pidge. Oh no!
Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
You won't get
Topaz
away.
just said it. Having multiple points of view doesn't mean someone is wrong. Yeah, and I think everyone's viewpoints in general about characters is so valid because there's so much to these characters. It really is not black and white with any of them, but that's why I love this game and why I enjoyed Genshin 2 is just that they do a really good job at writing characters who aren't just black and white. They're pretty complicated. Majority of them have a lot more going for them than just surface level stuff. So
My turn. Here. Try that again.
free to play till his rerun.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
Gray areas in this game. Yeah, I am so curious about Penacony. Like I am. Whoo! I cannot wait to see what they do there. What if I felt really silly and got Dill Eidolons? I think that you should. I mean, but that's just
never last. Time
what
to say bye.
how I feel about it.
Boom.
Wait, you're about to eat ice soup.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Yikes.
Say bye to
I
breathing.
gotta decide if I'm gonna be silly at E6, Black Swan, or Sparkle, or both. Oh no. I know. I guess I'm gonna have to see where I'm at because at this point, I really want everybody. Like, I want every character. It is such a struggle. But obviously, I can't do that. I'm not planning on being free to play anyway. Like, I'm not free to play already because I've spent money on the game. I haven't topped up personally. My husband has gifted me gems, but like I haven't made the decision myself to be like, I'm gonna buy gems. But I already know I'm gonna spend. I'm trying to see if I will be spending in 2.0 at all though, because
kill 'em all.
Since I'm new, I'm getting so many gems, like on top of what I've already been gifted from Effigy. So I don't know, we'll see.
You can't run! Try that again. Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
Aiden, every time you say Sunday, my brain is still fucked up. My brain is like, isn't it Sunday? Are we all being silly today? Like, why?
That's
like,
better.
I just have these moments where I go back to it and I'm like, oh my God, where am I?
Stand still.
I just popped the seal and bought the battle pass for the first time since playing since day one, but since I'm unemployed, that's all I'm getting. But since I'm playing more frequently now, it felt like $10 was fine to spend. Yeah, no, I understand for sure. I don't know, do y'all think, because I haven't bought the battle pass. And I think I'm at like level 26 or something. Would it be beneficial for me to buy it before the next battle pass comes out and just get all of the stuff, or wait until next battle pass?
You can't run!
Hi Books, how are you? The new BP. Oh wait, did it just start? Did they just put the new one out? You bought it for the icon, that's so valid. I'd wait, okay.
Good times, never time to say bye.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought it started for the new patch.
Stand still.
Time for a shot.
I still can't believe that's called work culture shock, and then that's called team building. I can't get over that.
You won't get away.
Perhaps you still don't. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Just in time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Much obliged.
Tough luck running into me.
Relax.
Oh shoot, I thought the dot would kill him.
No.
I have something for
Like,
you.
what? Where? What? Oh, okay, I can put a shield next time. But ouchies.
May as well kill them all. Good times, never time to say bye. Boom.
That's better.
Thanks. You're too good to me.
There we go.
Incredible. No wonder the Astral Express is so highly regarded. Finished warming up? Now it's my turn.
Stop! All of you, put down your weapons.
Branya! You're here just in time. Things were about to get out of control.
Supreme Guardian. I was starting to wonder whether you'd left the Express crew to fend for themselves. That would hardly be becoming of you.
Oh my god!
I would never do such a thing. There was an important matter that required my attention.
More important than this?
Yes. I think you'll understand the significance once you see it.
She is so Regina George coded.
I need you to help us evaluate our current progress.
Help you? That's interesting. I was under the impression you'd already decided to obstruct our operations here.
I have read your letter word for word, Miss Topaz. And your childhood experiences truly touched me. Your hometown once experienced a similar catastrophe to Jarilo-VI. So I can understand your perspective on the issue and the position you have taken. It's because of this empathy you have that I still hold out a glimmer of hope. Despite all that's happened, I hope we can still find common ground through peaceful means.
I have to admit, talking to you is always such a pleasure. I apologize for my behavior just now. It was, inappropriate. I admire your determination, seeing as we've come, this far. I've changed my mind. I'll hold off a little longer and see what you have to show me. But remember, winning over the higher-ups won't be easy.
I understand. That's why I've been taking things one step at a time. The first step was changing your mind. Members of the Express, we'll need your help too.
Huh. That was definitely interesting. That was an interesting conversation there. Branya's like, I see your empathy. But Branya, didn't you just find out that she was very clever and left out the gamble of actually saving Jarilo-VI? Like that wasn't ever clarified. She left that out. Due to girl math or due to a sales tactic or whatever. Either way, she left it out.
Dismal sight. This district. Have you been here before?
Yes. This is where we put an end to it all.
And then began again.
That's right.
Oh, I was hoping we would fight Topaz. I thought that would be really cool. She doesn't think it's a gamble because of girl math. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, Topaz, are you thinking with girl math here? Like, what's 80% isn't horrendous, to be fair. Yeah, no, it's not, but I still think it's one of those things where it's worth mentioning. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely worth mentioning. Well, there's a chance that it's not gonna work, like a 20% chance that this isn't gonna work, but it's still important to mention. But girl math. Again, the fights against playable characters are, yeah. I'll take the 80%, right. Like, honestly, it's still gambling, but yeah. Oh, with live stake, right. I'd be throwing hands, but I know she's really kind, so I get it, yeah. Yeah, no, like this entire time, like Topaz has reminded me so much of Regina George. Like she'll just say shit and it's like really mean, but it's like people don't like realize that it's really mean. Like her basically questioning Branya's morals, like, oh, this isn't important to you? That's interesting. So you agree. You're really pretty. You think you're really pretty.
Kyle, sorry for the delay. Are we clear to proceed?
The path ahead is clear, Madam Guardian. You and your companions can proceed north without hindrance.
Excellent. The mountain road ahead is a little treacherous. Watch your step. Let's go.
What is this place? We've never been here before, right?
We've only recently discovered this domain. Let's keep
interesting.
moving forward. What I want to show you
I wonder if the
just
IPC
ahead.
is going to be America coded. No, I've been saying I hope we get to take down the IPC. Like later on, I hope we get to do that. I hope that's like a big part of the story.
Look. The people of Belobog have not given up. I just want to give them a chance.
Oh, that was such a pretty cutscene.
Do you recognize that broken down machine over there?
The engine of... Oh, it's Cocolia's.
Hey, shh, that's a secret.
It's called the Engine of Creation. Do you remember it? Miss Topaz, I know you've done a lot of research into Belobog. I was wondering if there was any information on the Engine of Creation in your records?
Not at all. Which is why I find it so incredible. Such a massive feat of engineering, yet there's not a single mention of it in any of the Strategic Investment Department's reports.
I may know the reason why. The Engine of Creation was constructed solely by the people of Belobog, without any external assistance. The project was led by the first Supreme Guardian, Alyssa Rand. While warriors fought on the front lines, the engineers worked tirelessly behind the scenes, designing and constructing it.
So what you're saying is the Engine of Creation was a weapon constructed by the Belobogians themselves?
Yes, but not entirely. The Engine of Creation was commissioned for combat shortly after its completion, and played a significant role in the battles against the Legion. But Alyssa Rand had a long-term vision, one that nobody anticipated. For a long time, this feat of engineering was codenamed the Geological Reconstruction Unit. It was actually given a much grander purpose: to help the Belobogians rebuild their homeland and restore their world to its former glory, after driving away all those who threatened it.
Remarkable. A vision that would transcend both time and generations of Belobogians. Madame Rand was truly an inspiring leader. Not to take away from the Supreme Guardian in front of me. She's quite the inspiring leader as well.
You're good too.
Thank you.
Like you're interesting too.
I didn't really do anything.
Oh my god!
All I did was bring the people of Belobog together and make them aware that our hard-earned freedom was under immense threat once again. If we want to preserve this freedom, we must act and show those who doubt us that we Belobog have the will and the ability to control our own destiny. The outcome of our mobilization speaks for itself. The children of Belobog have made their decision. They have chosen to preserve this homeland with their own two hands.
I must say, I didn't anticipate this at all. I'll fight for this opportunity for you, Branya. I shouldn't have conflated your own circumstances with my childhood. That was a serious lapse of judgment on my part. My world never had a resolute leader, so people gave up on the idea of saving themselves long ago. But your civilization has persisted through the snow and storms for 700 years. A truly admirable feat.
Then, are you willing to retract your previous decision? As for the debt, we'll find a way to gradually repay it. But it'll take some time.
Unfortunately, the acquisition of Jarilo-VI is a strategic decision that's been approved by the IPC's top brass. Even if I wanted to overturn it, convincing them would be extremely
Then we go and we storm the gates. Storm the gates.
Don't worry, Miss Topaz. Myself and all of the Nameless aboard the Astral Express are willing to vouch for this world.
Fantastic. That might just work. As for the reports and potential accountability, I'll handle it.
This is why the IPC isn't an Earth megacorp. An Earth megacorp would confiscate the machine for a 5% credit towards their debt, and then hostile take over the planet. I mean, isn't what they tried to do to begin with, though? At the end of the day, the IPC is too powerful, so Brony decided to play their game better than they can in order to protect her people and their autonomy. All civilizations are advanced, all of them. I love the weight the Astral Express has in these situations because it feels actually earned. Right! Out of curiosity regarding the takedown IPC plan, who takes over as the dominant civilization in the galaxy afterwards? The Antimatter Legion, a bunch of colds, total anarchy, or would you rather there was no interstellar civilization? Well, it's the idea that they have too much power especially in that, like, using the example of what happened with Topaz, like that was taking advantage of a place where they had no choice. And she even says too that they didn't really have a leader to lead them to show them that they could do it, that they could figure it out. So I think that it's obvious that the IPC is corrupt in a lot of different ways. And I kind of felt that way too watching that one video where it felt like propaganda. So yeah, like the IPC has no checks on their power, exactly. Between worlds, while many want to cut it off, ruin relationships with other worlds. Right! I love this. I love the Astral Express. They saw them as being unable to help themselves. Yeah, but I mean, I think that that's not even in their position to, like, they shouldn't have that ability to do that, because yeah, it's like no different than like colonization in certain places where, you know, like people will go and be like, well, they can't take care of themselves because they don't have all this advanced technology that we do, which is not the case. Like, you don't get to have a say on that. Yeah. The IPC isn't really good, but as representative preservation, they do take on the responsibility of protecting civilizations from forces like Nanook, the antimatter. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wanting to learn more in general because like everyone keeps bringing up the preservation, that they're following preservation and whatnot, but I'm still not completely familiar with the paths and all of that, so I need to read up more on that. The Eon lore, yeah. Okay, continuing on, sorry. This has been such an interesting quest. Wait, what did I do? Sorry. I was trying to talk to people.
I was worried things were gonna get ugly again. A peaceful solution is always the best solution. Speaking of solutions, are they repairing that giant robot? The one we fought against? I remember you took control of it and helped us defeat Cocolia.
I wonder if we'll have time to celebrate the Soulworm Festival. I hope Topaz negotiations go smoothly.
Right, I totally forgotten. That's the whole reason we came here in the first place. Well, looks like everyone in the city's helping with construction. Doubt there'll be much time for celebrating. Still, look on the bright side. We got to meet a top IPC executive. The trip wasn't a complete waste, right?
The most common container in construction sites. These barrels are occasionally used by workers to conceal their valuables. You're uncertain if these barrels contain any treasures. Even if they do, are you truly intent on snatching them? Open a barrel. You open the first barrel, and unsurprisingly, it's empty. Yeah, who would bother stashing something in a barrel during such a busy time? You open the second barrel, and again, there's nothing inside. Your efforts seem destined to be fruitless. After all, how much obsession must one possess to interact with every random object they come across? You open the third barrel, and your perseverance is finally rewarded. You've discovered someone's treasure, a bottle of soda. Why would someone hide a bottle of soda here? The truth no longer matters now. What matters is that it is now yours. Rejoice in jubilation. The hero's efforts have finally reaped rewards. However, your ardor as a trailblazer has yet to be quenched. Who knows what other secrets await you? This is so funny. Did I open the last barrel? You move the lamp aside and reach for the last barrel. As you open the lid, a familiar yet strange smell assails you. It smells like trash. More precisely, a mound of frozen trash. Oh crap. Someone uses trash? Someone uses barrel as a trash can? How outrageous. But perhaps this is precisely why it appeals to you. Oh my god. Alright, this game is so funny.
Miss Topaz.
The whiplash of going through all of this to us digging for trash. Don was the one that warned Himiko because he was in the group chat. Oh my god. Being kinda a mildly political enemy to the Astral Express, I think, is a cool story device. Like this megacorp that tries to take control in the more capitalist ways versus the Astral Express that is about traveling, connecting worlds, and the Nameless being there to help planets and need without it. Right, yes, it's so good. The IPC propaganda Myriad trailer. I need to rewatch it now after this. The propaganda one. Do you think we're gonna go home and March will bust through the door and be like, holy fuck, Don Hug, you won't believe what just happened? I'm gonna take like an entire stream to go in the databank, and we're just gonna spend the entire stream in the databank.
Don't worry, it's nothing I can't handle. There are more important things than titles and ranks. Finding the best solution is what matters most.
Will they cut your pay? Won't you get fired?
That's unlikely. At most, they might just lower my rank and reduce my bonus a bit. But don't worry, I work for far more than just a paycheck.
Thank you so much for all you've done. I never thought we'd drag the Express into a crisis again. much less one that might cause a rift between you and the IPC.
Rift?
Fuck the IPC.
I wouldn't go that far. Also, it's me who's mostly to blame. I didn't keep my subordinates in check.
Mind putting in some good words for meet with your bosses? Is it true the IPC requires you to go through 17 rounds of interviews?
17? Oh, I think I might know who you're talking about. You could say he's a special case.
Oh
For
my
most
god.
people, the interview process is much shorter.
I'm glad we're able to discuss some lighter topics. Well, you all need some rest after everything you've been through. I have arranged rooms for you all at the Goethe Hotel.
Not the Goethe Hotel again.
Miss Topaz, if you need somewhere comfortable to stay.
I appreciate the offer, but I need to head back and deliver my reports. It's been great getting to know you both. I hope we can work together again in the future. Only next time under better circumstances.
Why don't you head over to the Goethe Hotel and relax for a bit? Miss Topaz and I still have a few matters to discuss.
Right, I gotta go back in the closet.
I'm sorry you didn't get to experience the festival atmosphere this time around. I promise. I'll make it up to you all next time. Why don't you head over to the Goethe Hotel and relax for a bit? Miss Topaz and I still have a few matters to discuss. I'm sorry you didn't get to experience the festival
Okay.
atmosphere.
I was trying to talk to Topaz, but I guess I can't. Okay. Numby is so cute.
Hard work needs hard rest.
Once again, I'm anxiously awaiting the absolute like surge of Honkai Star Rail merch that is going to appear within the next like 6 months. Just like it did with
I've
Genshin.
been wondering, how did you figure out what was happening here on Belobog, Himeko?
Like things have been kind of trickling out, but we're about to
Well,
get
you
hit
know,
with a surge. I just know
keeping an
it.
eye on the crew.
No! What was she saying? Oh no! I didn't know it would interrupt her.
March was looking forward to the Soul Warm Festival for ages. Looks like she's missed her chance. This time. I never thought this trip would be so... tiring. Time for bed.
I saw that because I think it's up for pre-order in Amiyami. Don Hung's
In
bracelet.
light of the events that have transpired, we will be taking the following disciplinary measures against you. Your rank will be demoted from P45 to P44 with corresponding adjustment to your basic salary. All bonuses for the current cycle will be revoked, including stock options. and
Stock
performance
options
bonuses.
too, and bonus. What the?
You will need to submit an additional report regarding this incident to Diamond. If you have any objections to this penalty, you may also file an appeal in writing.
I have no objections.
This place sucks.
Understood. Is there anything else anyone would like to add? If there are no further remarks, this meeting is concluded.
You only got demoted 1 rank? Phew, you dodged a bullet there. Pretty big project to mess up on. Someone must be looking out for you. Oh, they've already left the call. Ugh, this voice changer is driving me crazy.
Let me turn it off.
Aventurine, why are you still on the line?
Hey, what's with the hostility? It's not like I'm your boss.
It's Aventurine!
Oh, wait. I guess I am now.
He works for the IPC?
My apologies. I'm still getting used to my new place in the hierarchy.
Can I help you? If you've got something to say it already.
Oh, nothing important. Just checking in on you. I told you Jarilo-VI would be a high-risk, low-reward case. Why do you even bother? In our line of work, Having a kind heart can be more of a liability than an asset. If you're not careful, you'll end up leading yourself down a dead-end road.
Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up.
Wait, hold on a minute. Don't hang up, I get it. You're not in the mood for this conversation right now. Okay. How about this? Something that might interest you. While you were enjoying your playtime on Jarilo-VI, Diamond was busy taking care of the head honcho of the building material logistics department.
Are these all like...
That's why he didn't attend today's meeting.
Are these all like job names? Diamond,
That's right.
Aventurine,
the
Topaz?
renowned Teravan, one of the 7 board members. He's throwing his support behind us instead of the marketing development department for once. Oswaldo won't be laughing anymore. Diamond's been a great help to both of us. Your antics on such a crucial day can't exactly have painted the strategic investment department in a good light, you know? Since you get the point, let's get down to business. I'm currently at Pierpoint. There's a major deal that could affect the whole department. I just so happen to need a reliable project manager for the job. What do you say, old friend?
Huh. And what prompted the mighty Aventurine to start collaborating with others?
Penacony. What else?
What?
That's right. Now that's the kind of reaction I was hoping for.
Hold on a minute. Diamond picked you for this project? I was expecting someone like Opal or Obsidian to handle it.
Opal or Obsidian.
At least someone higher than rank P46.
Honestly, who knows? The family has some pretty questionable characters. If you ask me, doing business with them is a lost cause. But as we both know, the IPC does more than just business deals. Guess it's my time to shine. So, how about it? This is a rare opportunity. Consider it. You never know, you might even be able to make up for your blunder on your Jarilo-VI.
I'll get back to you later. Seems like it's just one wild ride after another. I hope I made the right decision this time.
Wait, it was the possibly unsticked creature!
This snow is mesmerizing.
Oh, that was so cute! Okay, that was a lot at the end. That was a lot because I really can't tell if she's like being manipulated. Well, obviously, I don't know. I'm really like nervous about adventuring. Like I feel like he's a bad man. You can go see it? Yeah, this is a very cute ending. Honestly, I really wish that I had Topaz right now because I would love to read her voice lines. Like, I just kind of want to know more about her character, to be honest. Yeah, I'm like, damn, they found all these people to work for the IPC and they all have gem names. That's wild. How lucky. Sorry, I was just catching up. No, I'm coming. I know I'm excited for Penal Colony 2. Work in debt collection, right? That's so funny. Was likely inducted into the IPC from a young age, but retained her empathy. Yeah. Also, someone redeem pronouns in chat. If you'd like to and you feel comfy, go ahead and tell us your pronouns. This is a way to help normalize introducing ourselves with pronouns, and if you're experiencing the new ones, this is a safe place to do so. Mine are she, her. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That was such an interesting quest. Like I was on the edge of my seat for the entire quest. I actually really liked it. I think it's extremely complicated. But I really like when like media really tests me emotionally. You know what I mean? Like I want to feel pressured and tested. And I want to sit there and think. Like I want to think about it. And this had me, like I was thinking on my break when I was making my spaghettis. I was thinking, I was talking about it to like Evgie. I was thinking the entire time. And I think that's so special that like I was able to sit here and think the entire time and really take it to heart about what was going on. So, and Topaz as a character, I do understand now the mixed feelings about her, because she is a very, very conflicting character, especially from like the very introduction of her and everything that she does up until the end. And I understand so much why there is like this, you know, like people either really love her, they hate her, and I get that completely. I think for me, as of right now, obviously I do need more time to sit and think about everything, but I think for right now, for me, I do actually appreciate her as a character because she is very, very morally gray, but I like the resolution at the end where she did make a decision that was a good one, where she was obviously like, yeah, this isn't right, and I see that y'all are actually capable of, like, there is a chance, basically, because based off of her own experiences, she thought there was no chance. And whether or not, like I said, that is from the goodness of her heart, I think that the interactions with Svarog, I think that was supposed to kind of drill into the audience. Like, I can see that she is genuine about her feelings, about she really does believe that she is helping. And it's not like a straight up, like she's just doing this based off of, like, she has to, I guess. Like, she feels like this is what she has to do to help. And I think that definitely kind of helped ease me into the idea that, okay, she's not just this heartless person that is just like blindly following things, because I think that she genuinely, whether or not that's because she just didn't learn or whatever reason it is, she genuinely believed that there was no other chance for them. And I think the resolution at the end of her coming to that conclusion of like, I didn't know this was possible because based off of my childhood, I didn't see any other way. Probably because she was a child, she didn't have everything, like, who knows? But either way, it's complicated, and I understand why people would have an issue with this, because there's a lot of very heavy themes, there's a lot of very difficult things to process in general, because it's like there's so many shitty things going on. But yeah, I don't know, I enjoyed it. And I like that it took me everywhere. Like, emotionally, it took me everywhere. Who are you most excited for in Penal Colony? Oh yeah, I do feel like a lot of people are really excited for Sam. Like, I've seen a lot of people talk about Sam. Not everything needs intervention. Sometimes things will work out on their own, and it's a good showing of the other side of preservation, that the faith of the people is what's ultimately kept Belobog going. Exactly. And I like that she pointed out too, she's like, I didn't have a leader like this. Like, she just didn't know that it was possible. And I think that says a lot, in that once she saw, she didn't just stick to what she believed. So did you want to unlock the dot set for today? I don't know, I might do it on stream, or I'll do, or not stream, off stream, or do it tomorrow. I have no idea.